So this is a tool that is available to you in either direction, okay? So it neither precludes you from approving or denying the project. So that's one thing. You should look at the intensity of use that is allowed. That is one of the first decisions both for the tentative map and for the conditional use permit. You should look at whether or not you are satisfied that there should or should not be allowed development over water. Second major decision point. And then, again, just the total bulk, whether or not there's just too much here on the site. If you either positively or negatively answer those questions, then the final decision, is this project consistent with, or is the mitigated negative declaration appropriate, and can it be approved, and can the projects be approved, are pretty much routine at that point. So staff believes we've addressed all the technical terms. You have the ability to make the decision in either direction based upon the board's personal feelings relative to those major issues.
Okay. Moving to our deliberations, I'd like to, Director Selman had initially said we should determine whether to proceed with the averaging of density from underwater, whether that should happen or not, make that decision. Secondly, should we construct over water, and if so, to what degree? We've had some testimony that 4 to 6 units are over 50% over water, and there were some discussions at the beginning of this as to what degree, if any. Third would be the question of the total development impact and intensity. Is the land used appropriately or overused? Those are the first three things, and I've written down a number of other things that came up. One is, do we want to take specific action determining that this is not whatever we do does not set precedent for future decisions. Secondly, as Supervisor Callaway raised, the question of the time of implementation on public access and how that would, whether we would put something specific in that. There were discussions of lighting and whether any additional conditions might be placed in relation to that. The applicant, or I should say in this case appellant, has agreed to deed restriction on the short-term rentals. And the question would be what form that would take and in what document that appears. We have the discussion about the 10-foot possible suspension of a 10-foot boundary to move if anything was to be moved back from off the lake, especially on the western end. And we have continuing questions of docks. So I'm wondering how do we want to discuss those each individually?
Board members say their piece and then start with Russ at 6th District.
That's what I intend to do, but I want to make sure that we're covering those issues so we can have a clear majority in each one. So, Supervisor Thomas, this being your district, thank you very much. You get first take on this.
On this particular item, I'm going to talk about the podium because I spent 7.5 years talking about development issues in Copperopolis from here, and only a year and a half from here. I'd like to.
Are you?
My name is Russ Thomas. I used to be chairman of the Copperopolis Community Plan Committee. Okay, and now I'm...
Supervisor Thomas, are you now speaking as a member of the public as opposed to a supervisor?
I'm speaking as a supervisor, but I'm using the precedence that was set last week when Bob Lawton stepped down from there to here, and I thought it was a very effective thing to do. He got my attention.
Okay.
Proceed.
Proceed. I imagine any supervisor may speak from anywhere in the room they wish, or even from outside if that's their desire.
All right.
Continue, please.
I appreciate your willingness to sort of segregate this item into its component parts, but I think that we have a more fundamental question to answer here. And the question is, does 10 years of concerted effort within a community account for anything? Now, we started at least my involvement in this started back in 1999 when I was appointed to the Copperopolis Community Plan Advisory Committee. And one of the first things that we started focusing on was the unique character of Lake Tulloch. And we assembled what I think was a very fine representative group. At times we had up to 15 people involved in this process, and they were property owners, they were members, homeowners in Poker Flat, homeowners in Saddle Creek. You know, I would venture to say that we had a very wide cross-section of participation. And from the very onset, we had people that were involved as the owners of properties around the boundaries of the undeveloped portions of Lake Tulloch. Now, what we were trying to do was to decide development principles.
Is this our 130? Actually, you may not have gotten the word, but we have placed this at least back to 2:30. My apologies, but we've had a public hearing going on since about 9:30 or 9:45, and it's still continued. Well, the public hearing is stopped, but the board deliberation on it has just begun. Yeah, it'll be 2:30 at the very earliest, and my guess is we're now pushing that a ways. I'm sorry. Please continue, Supervisor Thomas.
Okay. I want to reemphasize my objective here is to answer the fundamental question about does it make any difference what the people in the community, in any particular community, want. Now, I explained to you the cross-section of people that were involved in this, the applicant, and various people associated with that, with their project were involved in the formulation of the task force recommendations that we supplied to Tridam, and the objective there was to remove a dock moratorium that had been placed on the lake, and for very good reasons. Tridam said at that particular time, we don't think that the Board of Supervisors has a plan for the development, to establish a development standard for the remainder of this lake. And so we went to work very diligently and very aggressively on formulating a yardstick that would be applied for future development proposals. And that the crux of that was you would not have the privilege of developing a parcel that was smaller than 200 feet on average. It measured at the 510 water elevation. So it was basically two criteria. There was a half acre density. You could have 2 units per acre on parcels that touched the lake shore, and you would also apply this 200-foot rule. We've heard discussion today about this kind of some confusion about whether in this particular zoning area that we were entitled to, and I use that word loosely, entitled to build 12 units per acre or 6 units per acre. But I would submit to you, I've been involved in construction and a small amount of development in my entire life, and those standards, those averages are arrived at by contemplating areas where you have construction accessibility all around the units. I mean, those are standards that are developed for places like Valley Springs or downtown Copperopolis. It certainly does not, by any stretch of the imagination, it's never intended to apply to places where you don't have access on all sides of a project. And so we have, as Bob Selman has indicated to us, we have there's this particular rulings where this legislative body can either approve this or deny it, and there's this, it says if we can make any of the following findings, that the site is we can deny it if the site is not physically suitable for this type of development. Now, getting back to what I just said, is that this is proposed to be an over-the-water type of development. Now, is it suitable for this type of development over the water at 30 units? It's not 10% or 20% of the units that would be built over the water. It's 50%. It's 50% of those townhouses would be extending out over the point in space that the Copperopolis community plan says that we do not want to see any more development encroaching into the lake anymore. Now, I want to emphasize again that that was a ruling that hasn't been adopted yet, and I'm wondering what does that matter? We have a former supervisor here talking about that he signed a document, submitted it to Tridam, and that document was exchanged for a release of the dock moratorium that was on at that particular time. So I'm baffled about why we would have any reluctance to place some emphasis on the credibility of that document. We told the citizens of Calaveras County, and particularly Copperopolis and the property owners on Lake Tulloch, that the Board of Supervisors said, and it was really gratifying to me to hear them say that we're going to protect your investments, your current investment and future investments on this lake by not continuing the dense type of development that we've seen there in the past. And I don't want to use this phrase overly, but we had participation of current landowners and of properties that they had homes already there, but we also had the Sanguinetti family was represented and all of their properties up in the Black Creek Arm. Okay, the second criteria that we could use on denying this project would be that the site is not physically suitable for the proposed density of development. The Planning Commission, in their deliberation on this thing, they denied the authenticity of the mitigated negative declaration or negative deck on this project because of considerations like parking. I would submit to you that this project is in technical compliance with the parking requirements of the Calaveras County. However, is it reasonable? I mean, they have 48 parking spaces, and they're depending on one parking space being available in the garage. Is it reasonable in a resort location like this, where people are going to be bringing their wave runners and their boats and their boat trailers? A boat trailer will not fit inside those garages unless they're in excess of 24 feet long. Okay. The final thing that I want to close with is, and stressing this, is the site physically suitable for this proposed density of development? We've heard the argument continuously that there's 48 units there now, and holy cow, we're only asking for 30. We're going to replace 48 bad units with 30 terrific ones. But that comes at a price. As you view this project, this proposed project, you drive around the lake and you look at this configuration as it's being proposed, it's far denser, far more dense than anything that's ever been approved there. You got 32-foot wide elements. Granted, there's a spot that may be 10 or 12 feet wide between units that you can see the lake, or if you're on the lake, you can see the mountain behind it. But make no mistake about it, there's 40% of that shoreline that is covered now with the development, but there's going to be 100% of it absent the launch ramp that's going to stay there. and the segments in between. So anyway, we've got 3.8 acres. We've got 1,800 lineal feet of shoreline. By most of these measures, if you divide the 1,800 feet by the 200 feet, we'd have 9 units maximum there. There is also language that we could discuss if you want to about the density bonus, that you could get a certain, by up to 25% more for a density bonus. That we thought at the Community Plan Advisory Committee that would be a good thing, but we don't want to reduce the amount of open space on a particular project. So the applicant says that all they did was to follow the rules. They were involved in this community plan process. They knew full well that there was this idea about 200-foot, taking the shoreline measurement and having one lot for 200 feet. This, as anybody can see, is far more dense than that. They said that they have a CEQA document. However, that same CEQA document was denied by the Planning Commission. So we're at this particular juncture right here. I certainly hope that my fellow commissioners will ask themselves the question, does it make any difference? Does the community input for 10 years that have come up with design guidelines, development guidelines that is intended to preserve the property values, preserve the uses on that lake, does it make any sense to reject them? And I would submit to you that if we do say, nah, we haven't adopted those documents, so we don't have to give any consideration to them, it's going to put a chill in this entire county, because we've got a general plan process that we've got people around this from every community in this county. They're working very feverishly to try to develop guidelines for the development of their particular communities, and we're running the risk right here of saying, doesn't matter. We haven't adopted anything yet. Doesn't matter what you've been doing for 10 years. I don't like that, being put in that position. So I'm glad that you indulge my eagerness to stand up here. It's much less confining than that chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Callaway, from where do you wish to speak?
Shake it down.
I'd like to be able to say I want to cut to the chase.
Again, if you want to.
I don't know that I can on this project. I give a lot of weight to the community's concerns and what they've just established and what they want to establish for the copper plan. The copper plan has not been approved for issues that are beyond the control of those people who were involved in the copper plan. It had to do with the direction the board wanted to go regarding the general plan. So I do weight heavily what your concerns are. Yes, I was part of the Paul Stein letter in 2003, and I do think the board has somewhat flip-flopped over the past 5 years. I looked at the shoreline management plan. I listened to what Tri-Dam's representative said. I don't think we can get involved in that issue. The applicant's going to have to deal with Tri-Dam. I was sort of hoping an easy out would have been, well, heck, if Tri-Dam's going to say no, like, why are we proceeding, and let's make the changes now. But that is not a Calaveras County issue. If I go to the direction that we need to head, proceeding with the transfer on allowing the density, we're talking here 1 acre. The shoreline management plan states facilities have to be constructed on the applicant's deeded waterfront lot, and we've already said that goes down underwater as well as over water, as well as it's above the 515 and below the 515. The only thing I can see that has not occurred, this project does not meet the 200-foot width designation. The other condition is whether we will allow building over water. And what we're talking about here are the pilings, and if the documents about what happened in 2004, 2006 are accurate, Tri-Dam said that pilings are not part of the issue of building into the water. So that would not apply. And then the total development, is it overuse of the land? I had to answer no. Are the number of units too high? As it's designed, no. If they have to move the project back, then it will cut into requirements that we have for landscaping and for parking, so therefore they will have to reduce it. In the interest of how one of the speakers said in terms of trying to compromise, I am going to support, per the shoreline management plan, that there be one dock per unit. I understand it would be nice to have visiting docks, and maybe there's a way that can be worked out. Not every townhome might have a visit, might not have a boat or what have you. I am going to go to the 30 slips, one per unit. And since they wanted to pull out the public safety ones, then that was their choice. They wanted to keep the visitors. I don't do that. I don't support that. I would have liked to have seen a public safety, because I know public safety uses the facilities now. I do not believe this is a precedent-setting project, and I would encourage Supervisor Thomas to work with staff as they recommend to bring back a general plan amendment as expeditiously as possible, so that this project does not set up any precedent for the rest of the growth that's going to happen in the Copper Basin along Lake Tulloch. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Callaway. Supervisor Claudino.
Thank you. Hardly know where to start here, because I wasn't expecting this length of hearing today. Actually, I want to remind people of something that I nearly forgot here, and that is the minutes of the July 22nd hearing, which lasted not as long as this one. It brought us to the conclusion, according to these minutes which were published, that after all of this, on July 22nd, the minutes state, and I assume everybody's had an opportunity to read these minutes. After further board, this is regarding this particular project, after further board discussion, it was determined the project is approved as proposed for 30 units, which gives a build-out over the water. Slips for boats will be 40, with Tri-Dam to review and mitigate for public certification of the mitigated negative deck. And that the matter would return today as a public hearing to consider shoreline management plans and mitigation for access, public access, approval of the entitlements. So we went a little further than that today. So I still feel that the issues that concern either FERC or Tri-Dam with relation to this particular project should be addressed by those entities. And I wish we didn't spend so much time talking about those other agencies today, because I think that it tended to skew the opinions of some people, in which which other way. This board has, it's been stated this board has flip-flopped with regard to the density averaging, density transfers and building out over the water, and perhaps the board as a whole has, not every member has. I still feel the same as I always have when asked about this issue. With regard to density transfer, I am in favor of density transfer when the transfer comes from property that is buildable. In this case, I regard the property that is going to be built, or excuse me, the structures that will be built on the fee-owned land underneath the water as buildable. Building on pilings is very common, has been for centuries all over the world. So until it gets to the point where it's going to affect some other statute or becomes an issue where there is not traditional approved building practices, I still feel that the density transfer or density averaging is an appropriate use of the land. With regard to the community plans and the shoreline development plan and the suggestion that those are not important to members of this board, they are important. Public input is always important. But you know what, folks? It's like this is one project on this lake, and I'm looking at the several years it has taken to bring it to this point, and the number of meetings and the number of revisions to the plan, the number of hearings, etc. And this is for one development on this one lake. So I wish as much as anyone that the Copperopolis Community Plan and the Shoreline Management Plan were adopted. But I can't for a minute believe that between the status of those plans at this point and the time when they are adopted, we're going to see something similar. The fact that they're not adopted doesn't mean that somebody just hasn't brought them in here for a signature. Those plans still need to go through this process, and I can't believe for a moment that they will be modified many times. If that's the case, how could we possibly hold any applicant to compliance with a plan that, at least in my mind, is going to undergo a lot of scrutiny and probably a lot of changes before they are adopted? It's really hard to hit a moving target. Actually, it's pretty close to impossible with this type of development. So I would encourage people who want those plans in place to direct their efforts there. There have been
24 hours a day.
over the since the 2003 letter and submission of plan that was mentioned here, there have been at least, I don't know, 20 or 20-some chronological opportunities for a general plan amendment to have been adopted with regard to this or anything else. 4 times a year, folks. So I would encourage people that want that in place to direct their energies there. As far as the project specifically, I think, without reservation, I think this project is an excellent project. I think any possible negative criticism of this project is so far overwhelmed by the positive impacts that they're of little consequence for me. First of all, I believe this is a permitted use. As I stated before, the applicant has worked with the county, with staff, for over 2 years. They've complied with everything they've asked him to do. To my knowledge, they are in compliance with the general plan, the zoning code, and they have agreed to 17 mitigation measures. I think they have agreed to do everything thus far they've been asked to do, even though those requests have changed from time to time. They've spent the money to make those adjustments. With regard to impacts, and I realize it's a very sensitive area, this lake is very crowded, there's no question about it. The list is nearly endless as far as the reduction to impacts, in my opinion. There's going to be a reduction in the number of docks. I have to think that's going to result in a reduction of motorcraft on the lake. There is going to be a reduction in pollution on this lake because there is the reduction of motorcraft, number one, but number two, to my knowledge, there is no contaminant filtration in place for normal annual runoff of rains, et cetera, all the way from Pool Station, all the way from Burns Ferry Road down through the parking lot and down into the lake. Every year when we have the rains and the runoff comes down there, it takes with it all of the debris, all of the petroleum products, all of anything that happens to be between a Burns Ferry Road and the lake, and that is going to be addressed here. That is a significant improvement. According to the traffic study that was part of their environmental document, I believe Katie Anderson did that, they project that the traffic to the resort location now will be reduced to 1/5 of the motor vehicle traffic on the roadway coming in there. That is another significant reduction in impact. I believe there will be a reduction to the law enforcement contacts and reduction to the emergency services. I read in somewhere in this large stack of papers here, where is it? At one time, the U.S. Bureau of Recreation formula said that 116 vessels at once is the maximum that lake should accommodate. And yet, Trident reported at one point some time ago that there have been as many as 176 vessels on that lake at any one time. And I would suggest that that figure is probably conservative. So I see a reduction in the number of motorized watercraft on the lake as a real improvement. We had, I'm not sure how long ago, perhaps a year ago, we had a report in here from the sheriff with regard to their boat patrols that they patrol in all the lakes within our jurisdiction. That Lake Tulloch has a significantly larger incident, percentage-wise, for area of lake, for citations, criminal citations, arrests, and calls for law enforcement services on the lake. Again, attributed to not only the number of boats on the lake, but the type of people who are on the lake. In other words, transient people coming for the day, coming to party, having no responsible attitude about actually living there. And I think that's going to add a very positive influence. I think it was mentioned at the last hearing, more than one of this board, the Board of Supervisors, has agreed to objectively evaluate any proposed amendment to the general plan that would have to do with these issues of building out over the lake on pilings or density transfers. But at this point, that has not occurred, folks. And again, I think this is a good project because it not only complies with all of the standing statutes, but it is a gross reduction in impacts. It's not going to extend into the lake any further, actually less into the lake. I believe we saw earlier that it's going to only go to the 100-foot area, which it exceeds now. It was mentioned that the buildings that are going to be constructed are newer, energy-efficient buildings, environmentally friendly buildings, and also what was a significant concept for me is that they are going to be built with the idea that there will be no leakage. Somebody mentioned flower pots. Maybe you put some kind of fertilizer on your petunias, I don't know. But even that, if it leaks, it's not going to be able to get into the lake. There's nothing in place there right now that will do that. Also, the plumbing that is going to be installed in these facilities when they're built is going to be double-walled. Even if the plumbing leaks, it's going to go into a secondary containment and not drip into the lake. I really think they have done everything that they not only have been asked to do, but they have been proactive in trying to make this a good development. I don't think that there is a viable use for this property that will please all, and I think we all agree on that. The fundamental elements have been described, and I'll just reiterate that property ownership, responsible and viable utilization, conformance to county requirements, which is what any and all developer has to look at when they embark on the idea of developing anywhere, and the fact that our own staff has 3 times recommended this project for approval and they have spent many, many long hours evaluating this and bringing it to that point. So I have to say that I approve this project.
Thank you. Supervisor Tryon.
I basically concur with the comments of Supervisor Claudino, so I won't repeat them all. I also would just say, as in my earlier comments, I view this very much as a property rights issue. And I have a hard time understanding how somebody with an easement can basically dominate a property rights debate when they can show no negative impact to their easement. So along with that, I guess I would just say I'm disappointed that the project proponent would ban using the townhouses as rental units. The whole Highway 4 corridor, one of the major mainstays of our economy on the Highway 4 corridor, quite frankly, are rental units. They're very significant in my district. They're significant in Vita's district, and obviously they have a fair significance in the Copperopolis district. So, I would much rather see, rather than just a ban on rental units, maybe a limitation on the number of people or something like that, rather than just an outright ban on rental units. But I think it's a very good project. I support the project. If you use the baseline of what's there, why I don't understand the degree of community dissent. So I will be voting in favor of approving the project, probably with some hopefully minor modifications. Please, my comments.
Thank you. I'll make my comments as well. This certainly has thrown a lot of looks at us over the last number of months, and I would imagine everybody involved in this process has had a lot of looks thrown at them too, including the applicant or appellant in this case. Some of that, I think, is based upon the lack of policy determination that we have found ourselves in. The previous board in 2003 had set a course and direction that seemed consistent with the wishes of at least several processes, several community processes that were underway. And it is true that on particularly the question of underwater density transfers that we had in this last board in 2006, I believe, we had a moment where we had a no, yes, no within just a matter of a couple of weeks. That would get almost anybody's head spinning, and I think that we as leaders in this county need to be definitive and consistent with both, and in faith, in good faith, with the wishes of the public. Now, sometimes that's hard to discern. We've had so much comment, both favorable and unfavorable, and so much of that has had to do with things that or so much of it has raised issues that really aren't, in my view, germane. For instance, do you like or dislike the applicant? Do you think that the critics are unprincipled and foul-tempered? That stuff is really not weighing on me at all here today. But there are some things that are weighing on me. I don't think that, well, one, for instance, is local autonomy. I try to pay close attention to the supervisor elected from the district that is where the project is proposed. People elect folks. I think there's very different districts, very different sensibilities in around this county. And so both the supervisor's view and the wishes expressed by public process and things like the community plan efforts that are actually breaking all records for time in effort without product, but at the same time there has been a great deal of public wish here. So that's one thing that weighs on me a lot. What do the people there want, and what does the supervisor elected to represent those people, what is his position? Secondly, I find it quite unusual for people to be trying to separate land use from water quality. And I look at the folks from Tridam as charged with trying to protect water quality and the conditions of a lake that is actually in some degree of distress. Certainly the people around it are in distress and exasperated with one another, but the quality of the lake has, given sewage spills and tremendous use in a very tiny, narrow lake, the boat traffic and other things, that matters too. And when we try to divorce land use from basic fundamental water quality, I find that not to be in the interest of good formulation of public policy. It is too bad that we have two agencies and two steps of this process. I think that's awkward and is not serving us well either. And that we're perhaps having a situation, and here's another thing that weighs on me, the idea that we, as a board, are launching some kind of a project. Ideally, it would be a good project. It would be something that would improve the situation. But if we're launching it in the same spirit that, say, the early videos of human flight show, attach a bunch of feathers, flap your wings, and fall off a cliff, that's not the launch that I would hope for here. And yet we're saying, well, it's somebody else's responsibility to really rein in this water issue and the lake issues in general, and we'll deal with land use on our end and then pass it to something else to deal with. I think we have to have a more integrated process. Two things that I have been consistent on and not flip-flopped once is my strong feeling that we shouldn't be building out over the water in a lake that's already, if you look at the Calaveras side, an embarrassment. And I think that that also includes the question of densities that we've allowed on our side of the lake. And I also think the transfer from underwater to above water doesn't fit my understanding of buildable transfers from buildable to buildable. And I know there's different opinions, and I respect those, but those have been my positions all along. If I had my druthers, we'd launch this project with assurances that it would be approved by Tridam and that we would have had that worked out. And it would probably look like something with less or no density transfer and with less or no build out over the lake. And I see compromises that could have been achieved by better process and a more clear policy determination by this board in either consistent with 2003, reaffirmed in 2006, and documents completed by staff by 2008. One would have hoped for a better context for this. As it is, what I would like to see is several determinations by this board at this point. Number one, whatever we do, I hope we would state as a board that this is not going to set precedent for underwater transfer or density transfer, and not going to set a precedent for building out over the lake. And I would hope that we would be able to so state, regardless of how we vote in determination of this project. That would put us back and consistent with 2003, various community efforts, and our final position in 2006, confusing as that was. Secondly, I'd like to see Marita's suggestion on implementation, time of implementation for public access included in these recommendations, and that would be early in the process, before building permits are approved. On lighting, I hope that there would be clarity, and I believe we've got some shielding at this point, but I'd be interested if there's any further things we might do on that. On the deed restriction, I believe there is no controversy in that the applicant has agreed to not allow short-term rentals as part of the deed. And I have not seen that documentation. I may have missed something in the several hundred pages, but it's in there? All
It's
right.
addressed as a condition that they provide such a document.
Okay, that there would be a deed.
You're right.
Okay, thank you. So, at any rate, I'd be interested in whether the board has any interest in moving any number of units back from over the lake. It appears, however, that there is not, but I'd like to at least have that statement clear. So, starting with the question of precedent, does the board have any views as to the nature of this decision in relation to setting future precedent on underwater to above-ground transfer and building out over the lake?
I believe it should be precedent. I mean, why are we doing this if it's not precedent? And I think there's every reason that it should be precedent for the very reasons that hopefully we're going to approve it today.
Okay. Other opinions on this?
I think each project is evaluated on its own merits. I'm not quite sure how to couch that with your question. I'm not willing to say that because we approve this project, we should approve every project. No. But the contrary, that I feel seems...
But not the contrary as well. Okay. Marita?
It's not precedent setting, and as I said, I like Supervisor Thomas to work with the planning department as recommended in the staff report to come back. And I know we're not wanting to do this, but with a general plan amendment, as we have said in the past.
Okay. In other words, a general plan amendment that would be brought before the general plan process is complete on a priority
somewhere
basis.
within, hopefully, 90 days. Somewhere. I mean, I'm not saying next month, Bob, but you and Russ work it out. I mean, the earliest would be 90 days, and maybe somewhere between 90 days and 6 months, unless you know of projects that are going to come before the Planning Commission before then. But I think we need to cement the whole here.
Supervisor Thomas on precedent?
I think that it very well could set a precedent unless we do plug the hole that Marita just talked about by the general plan amendment. I just think that it's got to be one of the most paradoxical things that we're committing to a quick and fast fix immediately after this vote, and if this quick and fast fix were implemented prior to this vote, it would preclude this project from being approved. So I don't know. It's just very, very paradoxical. But I think that it could be precedent setting. Supervisor Tryon says that it should be. So I don't know.
I was actually asking for your opinion as to whether we should overtly state that it is not. So far, I got 2 no's and a desire to have a general plan amendment expedited to take care of the problem.
Well, I, in all conscience, can't say that it's not precedent setting because it clearly is in the absence of an ordinance to prohibit it. So,
all right, that makes 3, and so that's out. On the question of Marita's proposal on public access and the time of the creation of that early in the process, is that a desire of the board?
I would think that if there's going to be public access, maybe it would be very easy to put that in now. I mean, they're going to be phasing the project. We had discussions earlier about what I saw as an inconsistency about building the last units down at the end last. But anyway, the answer is yes, the public access should be put in first.
All right, Marita?
Yes, yes, without a yes but, because I don't like that. We have to resolve the maintenance issue. I don't know that that's been resolved in the conditions. Am I mistaken, Mr. Selman?
Mr. Chair, there are two issues here. Number one, I'm not sure you can require the public access as a condition of the use permit. It is a condition of the map, and it is a requirement, with the filing of the map. Now, the two are going to go hand in glove. I don't doubt that. So I think it will happen in a timely fashion, but I'm not sure that you have there is no requirement for public access at this point except through the Subdivision Map Act, clearly. And that is taken care of at the map with the first recording. So I think that's probably as close as you're going to get. The ownership of this land stays with the common property owners. It's their responsibility to maintain it and their liability. So I think that part is clear.
Do we need to codify that? Because that's the whole issue we're having.
The specific requirement for with the first unit of the map is in the resolution. But it is at the map stage, not the first building permit.
Okay, thank you.
Unless Janice. Okay, that's it. Janice,
We finally smoked the attorney out here.
The public dedication needs to be made at the time the final map is recorded. If you want this to be public access, you have to accept the public dedication. At that point, it becomes public access. This is an issue that hasn't come up as long as I've been here about who maintains the public access, because we haven't been maintaining the other public access that we have on the lake. It is an ongoing issue. I would suggest, and I believe, that it would be our responsibility to maintain the public access, which means that although you're requiring the developer to build it, once it becomes public access, it's our problem, not their problem. We don't have a Parks and Recs department. So I would suggest that it probably would fall to the Public Works Department, because they're the ones that have that type of equipment and that type of maintenance. But to be honest with you, it has never come up before, so it's sort of an unresolved issue.
All right.
Janice?
But
What we've done in the past on roads is we could do like an RPD, where the people that own the units have to pay us. We accept it into the county as a county, I don't want to say right away, but access.
Right.
But the homeowners, not the homeowners association, but the homeowners pay us the cost of maintaining it, just like we do with roads.
Right, but the roads benefit the homeowners. They're there to provide access to the homes. That's not the purpose of this public access.
They already have their
This is for the
private
general public to access the lake as required by the MAP Act.
Okay.
All right. Bill, on that question?
Well, I have to agree with Janice. It says. How am I going to not agree with Janice?
All right.
Yeah.
That was a toughie.
Yeah.
Same there. All right.
But that does complicate the issue, because they've proposed, I thought it was nicely done, that they have a mechanical lift there. Mechanical lift has got to have power, so who's going to pay the minimum amount of PG&E power bill on that thing?
Well,
Who's going to do the hydraulic cylinder repair?
All right. Are we giving any instructions?
We are. So according to Janice, we are.
Yes, that's our responsibility.
All right.
And we would also have the liability for
I would hope that these documents ultimately, as time goes forward, will reflect these things, that we won't turn our back on this by accident
I would
or
suggest
amnesia.
that you can, I don't remember the condition, Bob, the condition regarding the new public access be amended to require that it be developed prior to
standards.
issuance of any building permits, but basically you'll have to accept the dedication at the time the final map is recorded, and then staff will have to address the funding issues. You will also notice there's been a change in the condition language about the $1,000 per building permit. It's very broad. Before it said that the decision on how to spend that would be left to the Parks and Rec Commission. That's not an appropriate way to do that because it is county money. So after my conversations with Shirley on how to address that, it was rewritten to say that it would be administered by the administration office with input from the Parks and Rec, but the intent is to provide public access at any location to the lake, and I would suggest you could probably use this money for that also.
Yeah, you could use that money then for maintaining.
But it's only a
this.
one-time fee,
Okay.
so there is going to be an ongoing maintenance issue of public access. But this isn't new. We have the same issue on our other public access that hasn't been resolved. So it is something that probably could also be addressed in the community plan when that gets to the board.
Okay, on the question of number of docks, there's a proposal by Supervisor Callaway to reduce that to 30 from the current proposal of 40. What is your wish on that? Yes. Marita?
Yes.
Bill?
I'd like to leave it at 40 that we agreed on 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
I agree with 40. I mean, having 10 more slips in a dock that exists.
Plus the emergency.
It seems sort of pointless to take away the emergency. The 4 emergency docks are basically say you're going to make visitors drive to your house. They can't take their boat. I mean, that seems pointless to me, and it seems that once you have the dock, 10 more slips is irrelevant. So I'm with 40.
Guess that leaves it up to me.
Sure does.
And I take it that Tri-Dam ultimately will be the arbiter of this issue, and it matters little what number we come up with. But I'm for the 30. So that's 3 there.
Okay.
We now move, I imagine, to the basic, the fundamental issue. Do we want to take quick polling or re-polling, I should say, on the 3 issues that Selman raised at the beginning? First, the question of moving forward using underwater density transfer.
Yes.
Shall we poll that?
Yeah, that's it. Why don't we just entertain a motion, because that's what the motion will do. I mean, either you do it or we don't do it.
I thought it might be instructive to just get each person's position on each one of these. There's only 3.
Just approve the resolution, because I think we each commented on.
Yes,
Those
all
are
right.
the 3 conditions that.
All right, is there a motion on the resolution?
You want to make it, Maria?
I'm just so good.
You gave us 2
Yeah,
of them, Bob.
okay.
You want the one with the conditional use
I'll do a
permit?
resolution approving
What's both?
project 06126 appeal and conditional use permit for construction of 30 townhomes and associated dock facilities, 30 on 3.8 acres of a 70 point blah blah, on property zone C2 PD, and we have to omit item, amended item 5.1.5, approval of the final map, identify 4 boat docks for emergency use. The board just voted 3-2 to eliminate those. So that
Those would be the
condition
modifications.
would be omitted. So
Now-
what? Now you're going to tell me what?
Mr. Chairman, if we have a suggested motion, if I could just read that into the record and then acknowledge that other.
Good idea.
That would be helpful at this point, I'm sure.
Because in this case, we recognize there's a reduction from 40 to 30. So the motion would be to to adopt a resolution upholding the appeal of the Planning Commission denial of the mitigated negative declaration, approving a mitigated negative declaration with 1 finding and 17 mitigation measures as set forth in the July 22nd, 2008 staff report and this supplemental staff report, and approving project 2006-126 tentative subdivision tract map stroke PD based on the findings and conditions as set forth in the July 22nd, 2008 staff report and this supplemental staff report, and as amended by the board, which reduces the number down to 30 docks.
30 slips.
30 slips.
One dock, 30 slips.
30 slips.
Right?
Actually, a couple of docks.
And is amending,
Okay, excuse me, a couple docks.
and is amending the condition of approval regarding development of the public access prior to issuance of a building permit.
And
Is
what?
that prior to developing the public access prior to issuance of any building permits? That was an potential amended condition, and you didn't discuss that.
All
So
right.
is that part of the motion?
All right, let's poll on that.
Yes.
That's fine.
Yes? Okay.
Yes, that's part of the motion, Bob.
That's a 5-0 on that.
Okay, so that motion passed, I take it, in its entirety?
No,
Well,
we just voted
You want to move it,
5-0.
Marita, or you want me to?
That was just
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, Marita moves it. I'll second it then, unless you want to second.
Okay, there's a motion. There's a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Nay. Passes on a 3-2 vote. And on to Tri-Dam.
Again, pass a motion, adopt a resolution approving project 2006, well, actually, it should be upholding the appeal of the Planning Commission denial of the mitigated negative declaration, approving a mitigating negative declaration with one finding, 17 mitigation measures as set forth in the July 22nd, 2008 staff report, and this supplemental staff report, and approving project 2006-126 conditional use permit based upon the findings and conditions as set forth in the staff report, this supplemental staff report, and as just amended by the board.
Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Motion?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No.
And we would ask your
Passes on a
leave,
3-2 vote.
yeah, we would ask your leave to pull together the final resolutions and make all the conforming things and present them to the clerk for your signature.
We'll be ready for that. Thank you. Let me compliment the tenacity of the attendees to this hearing. Some of you have actually been through not only this one, but the previous one, and that was long as well. Clearly, your commitment to your community and your willingness to participate in the public process is commendable regardless of what position you came from. I want to thank you all for being with us today. Yes.
Mr. Chair, we talked briefly on item 14.
Yes.
I'm not aware of a reason why that couldn't be put over. Mr. Sommer's item. Is there any, I wasn't here on the 8th when it was continued, but
At this point, we have no problem putting that one over.
That's the flood damage.
The flood damage, we actually have...
We got people from FEMA here.
Yeah, we're going to...
Let's do it at 3. Let's go eat for a half hour.
Wait, we had also announced that we were going to take quick action, if possible, on item number 11.
I would move the introduction with waiver of reading of an ordinance to amend Colorado.
Please, could people keep it down to a dull roar?
3.28 purchasing system to include a new paragraph 3.28.040 federally funded transactions.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes on a 5-0 vote. We will now take a brief recess, approximately 12 minutes, so that we... No? 15? How are you?
22.
We're going to take a quick recess of up to 20 minutes in order to try to get a
Are we going to
grip.
eat at the county councils?
Yes, and we'll try to hold our closed session during that time. I believe we're ready, or almost ready, to move to agenda item 14. This is a public hearing and possible board action regarding the adoption of an ordinance approving revisions to Chapter 15.06, Flood Damage Prevention. This was a hearing that was continued, or it was continued as an item from the July 8, 2008 meeting of the Board of Supervisors, and this is designed today to complete our work. We have documents before us, and we do want to make sure that everybody who wishes to speak to this gets the opportunity. I do want to thank the public for hanging in there with us. The agenda times that were anticipated didn't come to be this morning, and we've put off several things to the next meeting, but yours has been retained, as well as the meeting right after that, which is a study session to review county fees, which is our annual review of that. So if you're here for that, it's still going to happen, but only after this public hearing has been completed. I believe staff has a presentation to make. Director Selman,
Mr. Chairman, just very briefly, just a reminder of why we're here and where we are. I won't go there. This is staff's attempt to, first of all, clean up and update our own floodplain ordinance. It has been unchanged for, about 16, 18 years, as near as we can tell. And it has gotten a little bit away from us relative to just being in the right form. We're trying to conform to the FEMA guidelines and get a document that more parallels their guidelines, so you're not searching all over the place trying to understand between these two documents, ours and the federal rules. In the audience today we have Kathleen Schaefer from FEMA. She is here and can provide additional information or clarification. We have Ray Lee from Department of Water Resources and Bill Hom, I believe, also from Water Resources. If you will remember that the proposal that we brought to you, your board, if you would forgive me, got a little carried away on us. We proposed that we conform to what our current practices are that would set floodplain building requirements as 2 foot above the normal high water mark of the floodplain to the first floor. And the board started talking about removing all development from the floodplains, and then we talked about expanding to include the Department of Water Resources as an augmentation of our floodplains. Sort of all of that is still going to be discussed. Dave is going to present a little bit of an overview on that and how it all fits together. And, of course, the other people here. And Clay Hawkins with the Sheriff's Office is also here. He'd like to present some information. Our purpose here is to really formalize what our current practices are and make sure they're appropriately codified. And then if you have desires to make more extensive changes or additions, we undertake that in the appropriate time frame. And this would be at least a 2-step process. We'd like to, first of all, get our operational codes taken care of if we can. And then secondly, if we want to augment those, depending upon how complicated that gets, we might have to bring that back as a separate ordinance. But we'll go from there. So I'm going to turn it over to David, let him do his thing first, and we'll see where the questions go.
Hello. Basically, I just want to go over just quickly a review of the National Flood Insurance Program, not in great detail, just so that make sure we're all on the same page. And then we'll look at a map that we had last time that shows the FEMA flood plains and also the DWR, what they call awareness areas that they've mapped that are one of the options that we might want to include into our ordinance. And then we'll look at some close-ups. The board asked last time to see, well, what does it look like zoomed in a little bit. So Cosgrove Creek and San Antonio Creek are 2 flood areas in the county, and Vallecito was brought up, so we zoomed in on there. And then Mountain Ranch and White Pines Lake are just showing you a couple examples of how those DWR floodplains would look if they were to be adopted in. And actually, when we're done, Kathleen from FEMA wants to talk to you about a proposal that FEMA has if we wanted to adopt those in, what they could offer us in return. And we'll talk about that afterwards. So first off, what FEMA does is it's all about flood risk, and it's basically the probability of flooding times what the consequence would be. So an ag property that has a reasonably high incident of flooding times what the cost would be if it flooded comes out to some factor. In this analysis, 200,000. Now, if you added some houses and converted the use to more residential, you might have the same flood risk, but because the loss would be so much greater, or you'd have the same incidence of flooding, but the risk would be higher because it's worth a lot, there's a lot more damage if it floods. And then the last one is just if you had a much higher risk, you'd start putting in subdivisions, the consequences would be really high. So that was just the basic idea. And the flood insurance rate maps are the base mapping that we use for this. And so this is a little bit of how the program works. What the firm maps do is they map what they call special flood hazard areas, and there's some key components. The flood hazard area is defined by where the base flood elevation would be in what we commonly call the 100-year flood, or the 1% chance of flooding in any given year. And depending where that level of flood would be, that's how it defines the boundaries of the special flood hazard area. And then in the middle, there's a floodway. And what the floodway does, that's where you need to keep that open in order to keep the base flood elevation from being higher. If you were to fill in there, as we'll see in a couple slides, the base flood elevation would get higher because you got the same amount of water going through a skinnier place. It's going to have to go up because it can't go sideways anymore. And now when you look at the maps, this is how they map what we just looked at. Our county has Zone A and Zone AE and Zone X. Zone A is what they call an unnumbered A zone, which means it's approximate. They haven't done a study and they haven't determined where the base flood elevation is. And that makes up the majority of the FEMA designated floodplains in our county. We have two places where we have a Zone AE, which is where a flood elevation has been determined, and that's along Cosgrove Creek by where the levee is, and then a tributary to San Antonio Creek, which is up sort of through the Arnold Golf Course area, and I have a close-up of those later. And then Zone X is just all the places that aren't in a Zone A or Zone E in our county. And the floodways called out, you can see it's mapped on there as well, and we'll see this in our county in a little bit. So here, if you look at the right, it says simulated encroachment. That's where if you were to put fill in, and this is similar to Gold Creek Estates. If you're looking upstream from Cosgrove Creek, you'd see there was a levee and then fill behind it, and now there's houses on top. And this shows you if you put fill in the floodway, typically the base flood elevation is going to go up. And this is just another sort of perspective on that. The fill on the right, you can see on the top, it's just the way the channel is. On the bottom, they added some fill, and so the flood elevation goes up, and hence things higher up will now flood. And here's just an example of a levee. And so if a levee gets certified by FEMA, that means that typically there has to be at least 3 feet of freeboard, which is the area between that base flood elevation height and the top of the levee. And here's Gold Creek Estates looking from the Gold Creek Bridge downstream, and on the left, that's the levee, and you can see it's probably about 3 feet. Now, whether this was the 100-year flood or not, I'm not sure, but you can see at least when we had all that flooding in 2006 what it looked like. And here's some of the details of how this is done in practice. When someone wants to build a house, there's things they look at. There's the top of the bottom floor, which would be, the surface of the floor has to be above the base flood elevation, or in our ordinance, we're saying it needs to be 2 feet above. And then even the sort of pop out in this picture on the left, sticking up there, that's the air conditioning unit. Even the infrastructure needs to be above the base flood elevation. And then on the right, that just shows you if you're on a varied grade, there's requirements about that. The point is just it's a very detailed and methodical process. If someone's going to build in a floodplain, they have to meet these criteria. And here's just some examples of if you are going to develop a parcel in a floodplain. On the left, which is not recommended, is that you just divide it up irregardless of the floodplain and just stick houses in it. The two on the right are different scenarios where you would reduce you can still divide it up into the parcels, but maybe put the building envelopes clearly out of the floodplains, because then you don't have to deal with it. The rest of the parcels could be set aside as park or open space or ball fields or something that if it floods, it's not a big deal. And then the far right one is you just reduce the parcel sizes entirely and have more open space. And this is from our flood ordinance. I don't really want to go through it all in detail. Again, it's just to let you know sort of how it works. Basically, what it says is if there's any development, whether it's a subdivision or a mobile home park or even just a building structure, if there's more than 50 lots or it's more than a 5-acre parcel, they have to determine what the base flood elevation is, which hence where the boundaries of the parcel are. If it's a smaller development and they're in the floodplain, they can do what they call a elevation certificate, where an engineer will have to go out and certify that where they're actually building the house is above the base flood elevation or not. And this is just an slide indicating that they can get their certificate of elevation and go that process. These are some of the things, if we adhere to the FEMA guidelines that would require permits. I don't want to go through them all. Just to give you an idea, it covers quite a lot, right down to if you're building roads or bridges or culverts. It's not just houses. And this slide is to let you know, sort of, not specifically, but in concept, how the flood insurance works. If you're that little chart in the middle there, if you're 3 feet higher than the base flood elevation, in general, your flood insurance might be $485. As you get closer to the base flood elevation or you are below it, you can see how fast it goes up. And the other important thing is that bottom red box is that they did a study and discovered that nearly 1/3 of all the claims made were paid on buildings that were actually outside of the FEMA flood hazard areas. So the message is that this isn't, just because you're out of a FEMA designated floodplain does not mean you're not going to flood. There could be a 500-year flood or a 200-year flood, something where the flood water is going to be higher. The program's really just to mitigate the risk, not to totally eliminate it. This is important because if there's existing buildings that are in the floodplain that were built before we started in the FEMA process, which was about 1990 for our county, they didn't have to meet any of these requirements. But if they want to improve their houses, the basic rule of thumb is that if the improvements are going to cost more than 50% of the market value of the house, and there's some detailed procedures to determine what the market value is and what the improvements will cost, then they're required to bring the whole structure up to the FEMA standard, which may mean raising the house. And this is just to kind of show you I see, this is, if the house is damaged, it's a similar idea. If a house is damaged for any reason, you can see down there, it says even if a truck ran into your building, it could be fire, it could be flood, it could be wind. If the cost is more than 50% of the market value of your house, you're required to bring it up to the standard. And this is currently what's in the ordinance that's before you. And there is some avenue to get some assistance if you had to do this. There's some programs where homeowners can get some money that can help them either improve their house or relocate or sort of vacate their property and buy another one, whatever the case may be. And now we're just going to look at some maps to just help us get a little more familiar. This map you saw before, the light blue are the water features, the sort of dark blue around the light blue ones are the current FEMA designated flood zones. All the red are what's in this DWR, Department of Water Resources, awareness areas that you can consider that you might want to add to the flood ordinance. Here is the Cosgrove Creek area on a USGS topo map. In the little red you can see those are where the DWR flood areas would be added. And the blue is where the current FEMA flood zones are. Here, if we zoom into the Gold Creek levee area, basically the levee follows right along here. This dotted red and white line is the floodway where most of the water runs. So it's used to split there, but now they closed it off here and built this levee down here. So all this is houses, as you'll see here in a minute. This is to let you know that the county does have this digital elevation model, which gives us a much more detailed look at what's really out there than the USGS topo maps. So that's a resource we have when we're looking at these issues. And here's the aerial photo. You can see here's the houses. They're right on the edge of the levee. And here's that picture again. So those houses were right where we were looking. This is looking downstream.
Can you back it up to that, just for a moment? To that area was, first of all, a levee and then subsequently filled. So we're working with the property owners and other engineers and FEMA to ultimately take that area out of the floodplain designation. They have done the engineering. It was done years ago, and the correct process for certification didn't get followed. So we're working with everybody to have that happen now. But this is a case where if we were to, or when the new digital information goes out, insurance companies, loaning agencies, they're going to look at these parcels right now and say, oh, if you're in a floodplain, you need flood insurance. In fact, we believe they're out of the floodplain because of the construction work, and when that mapping is done, they will actually come out of that floodplain designation. So they'll no longer be subject to the mandatory requirement for flood insurance. Okay.
I mean, that's a flood area.
Well,
why would they be taken out?
It was a flood area. It was a levee was built, and then it was backfilled, and it is clearly above the area in that particular stretch that is no longer subject to flooding.
As you can see here, when the flooding happens, it's not here, it's downstream a little bit.
The flooding that you're thinking about is just downstream from this, and that does continue.
Now here is a tributary to San Antonio Creek up in the Arnold area, which is another area where a special flood hazard or detailed flood study has been done. As you can see, the floodway's been mapped, and the elevations, those little red cross lines with the numbers on there tell you the elevation at that point, and that's the base flood elevation for that zone AE on the map.
It's right there along Highway 4. Excuse me, David.
That's Highway 4, yeah, just to the right. And it's right on the golf course here.
Okay.
If we back up, you can see it sort of follows along the golf course. And here it is just on the elevation model, and there's the aerial photo of that area.
So what does that do for the homes that are along 4
Well,
or on the other side of Pines?
yeah, these homes here, actually, when Ray, before we had our meeting with FEMA back in, I think it was January, he drove around the county and looked, and he actually called these houses out as an area that looked like they may be built in the wrong place. And so using...
Good, I can widen Pine Drive.
Using some of the tools you've just seen, our digital elevation model really helped because it's a pretty high accurate model. I was able to show that they really are not in the floodplain. And so those are taken out of concern.
So Pine Drive was taken out?
Well...
Most of it.
Right. The houses that are built there were clearly not in the floodplain is what was determined. But it doesn't change the FEMA mapped floodplain. And this just shows you with the contour lines that we generated from our elevation model. So you can kind of see that that fits pretty well. Where those houses were, you know, where is it, up over here, are several, you know, contours up. So it's clearly out of, they were clearly out of the floodplain. And here's Vallecito, because Supervisor Tryon was asking about that in particular. And this is how the floodplain looks in Vallecito. And again, the red would be what would be added if you chose to adopt the DWR floodplain areas. And there's on the elevation model. I can see it's relatively flat there, but there is a little bit of a channel where it goes through. And there's the aerial. And here it shows you, Vallecito is still down here in the bottom, but it shows you that there's a lot of water draining from up in the Arnold area, up in the Murphys area that comes down and through here. So any of the developments happening up here that are not in a FEMA flood zone, if they're impinging on those floodways and floodplains, they're causing water to flow in it faster and not have the places to slow down, which winds up causing higher flood levels down here in Vallecito. That's just sort of the physics of how it works.
We have to be very careful as we're looking at our projects. I mean, there's a tendency to say, well, we're containing our water and there's no problem, and yet at the same time, when we have proposals that do in any way encroach on those floodways, we have to realize those waters get pushed way downstream. And what may be a very little increment up in the mountains where there's perhaps a very deep channel could become very significant as soon as you hit those valley basins where they start flooding out or spreading out pretty quickly. So it's a complicated equation.
And even when you're not in close proximity to the river, if you're building a subdivision, you have a lot of rooftops, a lot of roads, impervious surfaces. That water, rather than having a chance to sink in, is just going to run off. So you end up with a lot more water hitting the waterway than you would otherwise. And when you start adding all the different developments together, it can become pretty significant. And here's Mountain Ranch. This area currently is not in any of the FEMA flood zones, but the FEMA or the DWR areas would put them in to the flood zone that we regulate. And here's just again with the terrain model and then the aerial photo. You can see it's right downtown Mountain Ranch there. And here's White Pines, so that Marita didn't feel like she was left out. You can see here's the current FEMA flood zone, which is coincident with the lake. Well, actually, this isn't a FEMA flood zone. There isn't one here, but the DWR flood zones map this, and you can see it starts encroaching a little bit towards the school there. And again, here, this area, you can see it sticks up. It's probably not in the flood zone, but since it's mostly recreation there, it's not likely to be an issue for building. And there, with the aerial photo, you can see how close it's getting to the school down here. And again, these are would be considered approximate flood zones. So if someone wanted to do some development in it, they'd have to first determine where the real boundaries of the 100-year flood are, and then those would be used to determine if you're building in the flood zone or not. These are just to get pretty close so you know there's an issue you need to be aware of. And that's all I have. If there's any questions.
So, well, let's see if you have any questions of what you've seen so far.
Okay, any questions from the board?
I have some questions, Bob. Go back to Vallecito. Are you able to go back to Vallecito? Okay, you got a close-in one. Back one more, I think. One more.
That's as close as we get to Vallecito.
Okay, that's it then. Now, the blue you're saying is the FEMA floodplain.
That's the current FEMA floodplain, yes.
Okay. And you made some statements. One was that if you're in the FEMA floodplain, it's mandatory to have FEMA flood insurance. Is that correct?
Typically what happens is that lending agencies, once they see that you are within a designated floodplain, are going to require it of you. And we have representatives. If I'm misstating again, as always, let the representatives state correctly.
So in other words, the lending institution, if you're going to get it underwritten and they're going to sell it out, if you're in a FEMA floodplain, then you have to have flood insurance.
They're going to want that insurance.
And those rates you had up there earlier are what would apply.
Well, those are just examples. They're not specific to our county in any way.
Does FEMA itself issue the flood insurance, or do you go to a private insurance company?
I believe it's FEMA's backing agency, but you actually go through a different company.
Okay, I mean, what they do is they insure it and then they sell it to FEMA. Just like you take a mortgage and sell it to family.
We'll have FEMA speak for itself.
I can answer that. Hi, I'm Kathy Schaefer. I'm the engineer from FEMA. And the National Flood Insurance Program is a program administered by FEMA. It's administered by FEMA because about 20 years ago, flood insurance through the private insurance agencies was not available. So Congress stepped up and it created the National Flood Insurance Program. We administer the program, but you can purchase, anyone can purchase flood insurance regardless of where you live. You purchase it, you can purchase it through FEMA, or you can purchase it through your local insurance, State Farm, Allstate, whomever you normally deal with.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then let's go over me with, again here, you were talking about this substantial improvement or substantial damage. I mean, if you have a house there and it burns down, so it has nothing to do with the flood.
Right.
Just for instance, it just burns down. You have a house fire. And you want to rebuild and you're within the blue area.
Right.
what do you then have to do?
We would require, substantially, we would only require that the first floor elevation and all the other components be raised at this point 2 feet above whatever that current flood designation is. We're not saying you can't be there. We're saying get it up so there's some safeguarding so that should there be a flood, there is basically a fairly good freeboard buffer between the top floor of, or the top of the bottom floor and the floodway. Okay, so we're just saying raise it up, get it up out of harm's way. And the 2 feet is designed for a couple of things. One, I mean, we all admit that this isn't rocket
scientists. You got to have a margin.
It's not exacting science. Secondly, you do have local incidences that could be higher just because of what happens around you. And third, there's the unknowns. I mean, you happen to have a normally gentle flood with really high winds, you might have a wash effect that would be much different than just what a normal flood would be just with a calm storm. So if you just happen to have the water, you don't have the storm, you might have just an incident, just a lot of water moving through. If you're in the heart of a very intense cell, you might not only have a lot of water, you might have wind and wave action and everything else. So we're just trying to get you as high as is reasonable without getting it too excessive.
These FEMA maps that we're looking at here, they're not exact either. So if somebody felt that, well, it really didn't apply to them.
We have lots of appeal routes and approaches, and whether it's through our offices or through FEMA, there's a number of ways serious disputes can be resolved. And I've had parcels quite literally that, you know, again, depending upon the scale, and you see some of that with that digital terrain model, where there's literally a hill within that floodplain, and you look at it, and it's because it's between contours, it doesn't even show up as being there on a topo map. Yet when you go out in the field, there's clearly a 5, 10, or 15-foot elevation difference, and it's obviously out of the floodplain. It's not a serious question. There are relatively simple ways of dealing with even those kinds of situations.
Yeah, actually, what we currently do is if you're just building a house, like rebuilding a house, and you're in the floodplain, you can do one of these elevation certificates, which basically you have a licensed surveyor or engineer come out there, and if he says, yeah, you're above the base flood elevation, you turn that in and you're set. You have to pay the surveyor, you know, whatever.
Is the base flood elevation always correct, or can that licensed surveyor say the base flood elevation is too high on your map?
Well, in this case, there is no base flood elevation determined, so that's part of what the engineer would have to do, is determine where that is.
Like for Vallecito, then there's no base.
No, it's an unnumbered A zone. There's no, a detailed study has not been done in that area.
Okay.
Can I say something? A detailed study has been.
You go ahead, Steve. I'm sorry.
Yeah, actually, what I'd like to do is we've got a couple more board members who have questions, and we'll open up to public comment and input and anything else you want to say. But we'll take that under advisement that there is a study out there.
Okay, now, the second part of this whole discussion is, and this leads really to your question about do we have enough of it mapped? You know, assuming for the moment that we go forward and approve the changes we have so that they address the existing flood zones. Vallecito is a good example. If you look at that portion in red, you can see that the last, let's see, judging my scale here, probably 150 yards of the Parrots or the Dry Creek watershed is currently mapped under the FEMA regulations. If we were to come back and adopt the Department of Water Resources, and I'm understanding that they would be treated exactly the same as the FEMA designation, then that would extend that designation quite a ways up the creek, probably depending upon where that designation ends, up to half a mile or a mile. So anyone who then built within those areas would be subject to the review. Again, it provides an extra level of scrutiny. Now, you know, there's good news, bad news. If you're in and you don't know it, you may have a problem no matter what. You're not known that you're in the flood zone. You aren't warned about the need for flood insurance. You just build and hope that nothing ever happens. The converse is, if we designate it, we're going to have to require that property owners do enough work to meet the requirements of having that elevation. If you look at some of these maps, you will see that they really aren't extensive. It doesn't look like we're talking about adding huge amounts of area. We're not talking wide floodplains. Generally what happens is we're extending them up channels further rather than creating broad floodplains. Those are, I think, pretty well addressed under the current FEMA mapping unless they've missed something obvious. So it's augmenting our program as opposed to superseding it. And I think it's something that may very well be desirable for you to do it because it does give the opportunity for that assisted insurance if you're going to proceed with that kind of development in the flood zone.
Okay, Bill, did you have a question that you wanted to ask?
Yes.
Well, this may be too much detail, but the recent years, the poster child for this, of course, is Cosgrove Creek, and you mentioned unexpected occurrences such as the velocity of a storm or something like that. And the incident with Cosgrove Creek, where we had the flooding 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, what really exacerbated that was the failure of a dam, and coming that close to failure to the second dam, which would have really probably doubled the damage and severity of that. So when these floodplains are determined, or the elevation at which construction is safe, are things of that nature ever integrated into the assessment of hazard?
Actually, the answer is sort of. Okay.
Perfect. I knew I was in the right place.
I know. It fits right in there with my firm maybes.
Good deal.
We do have dam inundation maps for the larger dams. We don't have failure mapping for the smaller ones that...
I can see where that would be a problem. The larger dams are usually built with a permit, and they're built to some standard. These smaller dams were not. They were not constructed with good construction practices.
Generally, those floodplains, they quite often overlap. I mean, obviously, a very large dam failing is going to have a huge inundation area. So we do, in some cases, have dam inundation mapping, and we also restrict development there. We don't have anything on all the smaller stock ponds, and I don't know what the cutoff is at the level where we actually have to do dam inundation studies. They're generally state-permitted dams or federal dams.
Okay, yeah, that would be expected, I guess.
Other questions from the board before we move to, I believe we've got some input coming from the public as well. All right, come on. Yes, and please state your name for the record.
Okay, and I'm Darcy Zimmerman, and I live in Vallecillo. I think my house is like way underwater.
I thought there might be a part.
Speak right into the mic, Darcy, so we hear you. Here, you got to speak right into it.
Okay. A couple years ago, when Cosgrove Creek flooded, my house did not. In fact, the water didn't even come on my property. I spent most of my time digging the culvert out on the other side of my street because I was worried about that. But I went, and I have to pay flood insurance. I pay $700 a year for my 750 square foot, 100-year-old house. And I thought I shouldn't be paying for it, so I tried to find an engineer because there is no base flood elevation established for that area. It was really hard to find one because nobody does it here. I finally found a guy in Sonora who came from the Bay Area, and he did exactly what you're speaking of, set base flood elevation for people that wanted to build in floodplains. And he, for $3,000, drew me this really nice map. It shows the base flood elevation a few feet above the roof of my house.
Actually 6 foot.
Thank you, Bob. 6 feet above my house. I'd be glad to share this with you guys. Do you want me to bring it up?
So you're off the insurance chart that they did earlier.
Why don't you show it to Bob? Start with staff, if you would, so they can...
Darcy, is that just for your house or the whole area, or what area?
Myself and my neighbor, we split the cost, so it's for me and my neighbor upstream from me. I don't know how, Coyote Creek drops into New Maloney's right after Vallecito, which is probably why in its 150 years of being in existence, it's really never had a flood that's caused much problem. But, when I hear that 50% of my house could be damaged, or, my funky old house, I might want to put an addition on it, I might not be able to do that unless I raise my house, 8 feet above its roof. That scares me. My house is the only thing I have. So, in considering this ordinance, I don't know if that has a huge repercussion on the value of my home. And it has never flooded. So I just hope that people do their homework before they think about what this all means.
It doesn't sound like the engineer.
Yeah, that's,
He
Doesn't
did.
sound right there.
Okay, but so who determines where the base flood elevation is? In 3 counties, I called every engineer, and I found one person that would do it. So where does a person go from here? I worked really hard on this.
We would recommend that you start with the folks who are responsible for the program, and that would be FEMA.
I made so many phone calls to FEMA.
I understand. I understand how difficult this can be on a case-by-case basis, but we need to work with the individuals and the agencies to try to get this corrected. Now, there may very well be cases that there hasn't been a 100-year flood or the 1% flood in recent history, and that may go back 100 years. It is a probability.
We had that one weekend in February where we had 20 inches in a week.
Yeah, I've worked in places where we had 100-year floods every 10 years. It was like clockwork. And in places where we thought we had 25-year floods, we all of a sudden discovered we were having 50-year floods. So, like I say, it's not a precise science, and there's no way to apologize for that. It is a risk, and it's a risk assessment, and it's trying to provide, first of all, guidance and then help for the people that actually do have these incidences. There's no way to guarantee, obviously, if this lady's house has never been flooded in 100 years, short of it happening again, having the flood, or hitting one of those disasters where there's more than 50% damage, we're probably never going to talk to her again. And hopefully she's got her insurance, she'll never need it. But she does have it if it does in fact happen. More and more, as you drive around this state, and we refer to them, if you'll forgive the expression, as these little pimples on the land, and you're seeing houses raised 5 and 6 and 8 feet above the base ground levels, because that's the kind of elevations the engineers are saying are going to be subject to flooding at some point. Last year, there was a huge movement afoot to deal not with the 100-foot elevation or 100-year floodplain, but trying to change all the legislation to move to the 200-year storm events. And throughout the state, planners and everybody was saying, we have a hard enough time trying to figure out what the 100-year storm is, let alone going to the 200-year storm. So, there is no way to make this thing work perfectly. And that's an unfortunate answer. So we do the best we can with the science we have and try not to harm people. And basically what we're trying to do is give them the best chance at not being in harm's way. Our preference, where there is a choice, is to develop outside of a designated floodplain. I just, in all honesty, that's the wise thing to do. If we can't do that because we have existing parcels that are within a designated floodplain, the best thing after that is to clearly design them so that there is the least impact to those dwellings or whatever they are should that event occur. And that's what this program is intended to do.
I had one question on this from the previous meeting where we began this discussion. I do know that we have the DWR awareness areas and we have the FEMA floodplains, and I had asked for a third thing, which I think I would find more instructive, which is where in this county is flooded in the last 50 years, or 100 years, or 10 years for that matter. Do we have we been able to map that at all? Because on the one hand, we got somebody who's got an old house that seems to be in somebody's idea of a floodplain or a awareness area. And on the other hand, we've got people who are outside of any of those two that have flooded several times in the last 10 years. So obviously something's a little off, and wouldn't it help us as we try to figure out our plans and where they might apply to know exactly who's flooded and where and why over the last period of
That's one
time?
of the reasons we had a concern about a program that is as old as it is, because basically nobody was paying significant attention. I know Clay is here. He can talk about the work that they do through emergency services. We have found that Public Works is starting to, or has in the past, identified certain elevations where they have flood damage. What we don't have is anyone really coordinating that fully. And now that we've got GIS, we've got a lot of potentials, I think, to really bring this home ultimately, so we can find those areas that have been omitted for whatever reason, whether it's just localized and it's not self-evident, or where there are clearly errors, and start working on getting those fixed. Clay can address some of his information, and then we can talk further.
Afternoon. I gave you two handouts, and that might answer a little bit of your question, Supervisor Berlinski, but let me take a step back, because I'm usually the one here that's usually preparing the damage assessment, coordinating evacuations, and always delivering the bad news for the last 20 years that Cosgrove Creek has been flooding, so I think I have some experience with some history on this. We've really been involved in a 4-track process. The first is local hazard mitigation planning. And if you remember, we received a FEMA grant about 18 months ago. Consultants on board were almost completed with that project that looks at natural hazards in the county, including flooding. Paramount to that flooding element is to look at historical flooding and look at a number of probabilities and risks that I'll talk about in just a second. The second process in this 4-track is taking mitigating actions against natural hazards like flooding. And this certainly represents a mitigating action, adopting an updated ordinance that puts us into compliance with FEMA regulations for flooding, something we've woefully lacked for certainly since the early 1990s, and probably has put us in the position that we are today. The third process is looking at specific flood mitigation, particularly flood mitigation projects funded through grant sources. That has a direct tie back to local hazard mitigation planning, because for the long and short of it, FEMA requires you to have a local hazard mitigation plan certified in place in order to be competitively eligible to apply for mitigating grant funds, which we should be in that position this fall. The local hazard mitigation plan should be in front of you by September for adoption, and then we'll be on the heels of that to submit for pre-disaster mitigation funding in October or November, hopefully. So that's kind of the cycle, how this is all occurring. And then the last portion is response. Response is always in the back end. It's always treating the result and the symptom and not the disease. So we're unfortunately tied to the process of identifying an incoming storm, evacuating residents, making some assessment of just how damaging the storm will be, moving residents to safety, sheltering them, feeding them, taking care of children, damage assessing what's been lost, preparing a damage assessment claim, and then coming back to you with funding for not only emergency response costs, but for declaration eligibility to get people who have been displaced or damaged to get them into some sort of a funding cycle. That's all time consuming. It's highly frustrating, particularly for landowners, that they typically don't get funding like what public agencies do, and we're typically a 75-25 split, with us assuming the 25% of response costs. Unfortunately, most victims of flooding damage receive at best, small interest loan from SBA. And that's based on a calculation which you heard, which is pretty accurate. You look at the dollar value loss of homes, time the number of homes as a minimum value, and then anything above that, you become eligible. So the flooding business is a nasty, nasty business. that we, at the very best, can receive so up to 75% of our response costs, and the poor public does not get much in the way of solvable costs for damage. Let me move on a little bit. On a handout I gave you, when we look at flooding, like wildland fire or soil erosion, we really look at three things. One is risk. And risk, based on the consultant's finding that we'll have a session scheduled for you in the next month, risk for flooding in the county has been identified as medium. That means about a 20 to 50% chance of an annual flooding event. That's typically been, in the last 20 years, focused in the western portion of the county in La Cantena, either Cosgrove Creek, and to a lesser degree, Calaveras River. Second is future occurrence. What's the probability that something will happen in the future? And again, based on history, we're rated as likely. And likely means somewhere between 10 and 100% of an occurrence per year, once every 3 years in a cycle. Our last flooding event was 2006. You also have in front of you a table. This is one of the pages out of the draft local hazard mitigation plan, and you can see the number of our declarations for flooding starting in 1973. 12 events, $16,266,000 in damage, but you can clearly see one event alone was $14 million in crop damage in 1995. So the numbers are skewed a little bit. The average loss would be about $500,000. So even those numbers sound low, they are tremendously impact on the public when they're the victims. We have about 40 structures inside the designated floodway in Cosgrove Creek, maybe up to 100 parcels. So we've got 40 structures, 40 families, 40 residents at risk at any one time that we have to do the evacuation, sheltering, and so forth. And that's a reoccurring cycle that we have to be in the position of managing. So when you look at the resolution, this is wonderful that we're taking this action, but I just want to throw a little bit of cold water. We have to deal with the here and now, and the reality is we still have a significant amount of development in the floodplain that we have to manage every single winter to be prepared for it. And in a bad budget year, it's even particularly worse for us to have the cost to respond to these kinds of events, especially if we run into a winter with multiple cycles. The last part, financial impact. If you look at the numbers, with the $16 million of total flooding damage in the last 12 years, with 12 flooding declarations, that cycle is pretty good of about every 2 to 3 years. So depending on what happens with our climate, that number can go up or go down.
Clay?
Yeah.
I'm just looking at this chart. I have to ask this.
Yeah.
Do you remember what happened in March of '95?
No.
With zero property damage and $14.5 million in ag damage.
Right. This data comes from FEMA's collection of declaration data, and clearly they don't match our data because our damage assessment in 2006 was well over $2.3 million, including the Castle Rock Mobile Home Park on Highway 12 all the way through the subdivision, including the wastewater treatment plant into the subdivision itself. So what ultimately gets reported on FEMA's damage assessment and what we locally show clearly are two different numbers. And again,
this has to be an error on the local level or somewhere.
Yeah, 2.3 million was 2006, and that's what we submitted to the governor's office.
14 million in
crop damage,
95.
right.
What did that?
Right.
What crop?
And no property damage.
If you remember, that was two successive winters. One was in Supervisor Callaway's district that started on Moran Creek, all through Sequoia Woods Golf Course, all the way down the drainage, through Vallecito, Angels Camp, and then ultimately ended up with the most damage in Cosgrove Creek. So I think it was a combination of a lot of things over those two wet winters.
But what we're looking at here, Clay, is zero damage of property loss.
Largely
and
crop loss.
$14.5 million in crop damage.
And we know those numbers aren't true because we had two local declarations during those years for well over $2 and $3 million. The damage in Arnold alone was nearly $1 million. So these numbers are still draft numbers coming from the consultant that we have to clean up over the next couple of weeks when it comes to you. But these are straight from the FEMA database. Let me touch on a couple other things real quickly. You asked historical flooding, and based on the floodplain maps for the last 20 years, we know that the bulk of our reoccurring damage has been in Cosgrove Creek, but Murphy's, Angels, Moran, and Cosgrove have been the 4 reoccurring cycles of damage. Highway 4 for Murphy's Creek up through Angels Camp, and if you watched in the middle 90s those storms, they would start in Arnold. It was, it's New Year's morning at 6 o'clock in the morning from, remember, that Pineapple Express, and you could calculate the damage in hours as you went through on how long it took from the high country water to reach Cosgrove Creek. I guess the point of all that is we have to have the resources and we have to have the people and the funding in place to be able to respond to this. And while we're looking at that 4-cycle process, adopting a new flood ordinance being one of them, I just want to bring it to reality that this is a reoccurring business, that we're going to have to be capable and have the resources to go back into those floodplains and evacuate and shelter and take care of people that presently exist. And the current ordinance is not going to do that. It's not going to take care of those things. And if you remember, in the middle 90s, we went to the Natural Resources Conservation Service, the Small Watershed Planning Council. You remember that, Tom? And we had a series of study sessions that we asked to have the Small Water Stream Planning Project open. And hydrology was looked at in Cosgrove Creek. And the findings from that initial project, it was we had 4 options. We could develop a water basin, right, for the water would come down through Cosgrove and collect someplace. Second, we could buy out all the land. We could buy out all those homes in the floodplain, convert it to public use and wetlands. Third, we would build retaining walls around Cosgrove Creek. And fourth, we would elevate homes in the floodplain. I still don't see any one of those 4 not changing because we're still in the business of managing 40-plus homes in the floodplain. And I encourage you that we still have to take some action to take care of that because it's not going to go away. And I'm still going to be in front of you with disaster declarations and significant costs to be reimbursed. That may not with this kind of an economic cycle. Any questions of me? Thank you.
Would anybody else like to rise to speak to this issue?
My name's Bev Shock, and I guess I'm supposed to sign for this. I have a question in regards to the floodplain in Vallecito. During your presentation, you talked about Cosgrove Creek, and correct me if I'm wrong, the floodplain widened as there was development above it. Is that true? Was that the way I understood that?
Not quite. In this case, as generally speaking, as more and more water gets put into that stream upstream, obviously it's got to come down.
Okay, so
at some point it will start widening out.
Okay, and that's okay. So if there's building that takes place up in Douglas Flat and up in Murphy's, which really has no effect on us, is that floodplain going to widen out and start taking out a lot more of the homes that have been in Vallecito?
We believe ultimately that's the danger. If you look at that red stretch, just for the sake of being absurd for just a moment, we regulate grading. But if we don't regulate that area, recognizing it's a floodplain, and just let people do a lot of fill along that creek, not recognizing that it's part of a total system, we could in fact increase not only the velocities, but the total amount of air of water that it will raise, and sooner or later it'll hit this floodplain. That alone won't increase the amount of water. It would increase the velocity and create some other problems. It's when we actually do things to put more water into those creeks. If we do hard roofs, if we do roads, if we don't provide for detention, if we don't do other programs that slow the water or meter it into that creek over a longer period of time, that's when you'll predominantly see the impact. And we tend to think in terms of, well, it's just a little bit more water, and it's only a half an inch here or a half an inch there. Obviously, at some point, it all comes together, and that is the danger.
Yeah, and that's my concern. What do we as a community in Vallecito, what can we do to protect ourselves from people building up on the hill that impacts our floodplain? And maybe FEMA, someplace between FEMA's map and Darcy's map, pretty soon all of Vallecito is now in the floodplain.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we literally have a project right now up Highway 4 that we are in just the very heart of that debate. First of all, we're going to require the applicants to detain so that water is metered out at no greater rate than is currently proposed. And secondly, there was a proposal to do floodplain filling. And we're going to take one of two approaches. Either we prohibit the filling of that floodplain, or the developer is going to have to find an offset that would broaden the channel elsewhere to carry that additional capacity for what's lost. So this is part of what we're trying to do in the administration of these floodplain programs. And you know, we still get resistance because people aren't seeing the big picture, but you know, that's what we're trying to work through to avoid exactly the concerns that you're addressing. I think the question of increasing the designations is a very good one, because I think that helps bring into focus the fact that every tributary is just that. It's a tributary to a future flood if we aren't aware of what's going on.
And my concern is if that widens out. We have many, many people in our community that have been in, I mean, Eunice Carlo was born in the house that she lives in today. The house has stood there for over 100 years. As a fixed income elderly person, why should she be forced out because she's forced to carry some kind of flood insurance on something that never flooded in the past, isn't in the floodplain now, but because now Murphy's and Douglas Flat have grown up, she has. Do you see what I'm saying? The impact to the people who have lived there, it just seems to me that we need to address that point of view also.
Mr. Chairman, our goal is not to enlarge the floodplains. It's to manage better those that we have identified, and if there's a need to identify other existing floodplains that we just haven't seen yet, to get those under management as well. You know, our goal is to not increase anybody's floodplain. That would be the antithesis of what we're trying to do here. So it's trying to manage those areas that currently are in a floodplain, determine if they're correct through time. Clearly, we have areas that have never flooded within that 100-year time frame, and the science shows that it's just poorly mapped. Then those we need to find a way of fixing. If it's just, you know, fortunate that science is right, they've just been very lucky and it's never happened, then that's when we're going to have to live with it.
So, Bob, could they not, what is the possibility of somebody opting out and saying, I know I live in the floodplain, but I'm opting out, and if something happens, that's up to them, because FEMA's not going to help them out, like we have down in the west end of the county.
I'm going to let FEMA address that in part, I think, but my instinct is if somebody chooses not to have insurance and there is no agency that say is carrying a loan or an insurance company, something that requires them to have it, so they're carrying all the risks on their own back, I guess they're carrying the risks on their own back.
I have one, Mr. Chair, another one. On page 2 of 5 in on the July 2 cover memo, it was an update.
All we have to do is find our paperwork. And we'll do it.
Okay, well, it's kind of, I think you can do it. One of it talks about detailed study to determine the BFE, base flood elevation, blah, blah, blah. For manufactured home, parks, subdivision, and building structures in which either the subdivision's greater than 50 lots or the parcel's greater than 5 acres. But we have subdivisions that could go in that would be less than that, less than 50, less than 5, and, I mean, I'm just thinking one at Meadowmont Golf Course at the moment. Are we saying you don't have to? What are we saying?
We're not saying they're exempt. We're saying there is no clear definition of who is responsible for coming up with that data at that point. That's one we'd have to sit down with the developer and work it out and answer. If we have a more exacting information in an area, it wouldn't be a problem.
Okay.
We're not going to waive the requirement because it's less than 5 acres.
But that's what this says.
No, it says the opposite. If you trigger either of those thresholds, then the property owner is responsible for having those elevations determined clearly. They carry the responsibility.
So, and if it's less than?
If it doesn't trip that, then it's one of those, I guess we're going to get together and negotiate on how we're going to get to that answer.
But you still have to get to the answer.
You still have to get to the answer.
I mean, I just go back to the Meadowmont Golf Course one, where we know it's in the floodplain, and a developer is proposing to build 3 houses, and what? We negotiate what?
Well, we would negotiate a methodology that would be acceptable to FEMA, whether it's partially using county data or county resources or private engineering resources. We've got to find a methodology that will solve the question.
Who pays for that, though?
That's what we're going to talk about.
So, I hate to ask.
If it's over 50 lots or it's over 5 acres, it's the developer's call.
Okay. So is that in here? Maybe I've missed it.
The 5 and 50 is less than that is.
So should it not be?
Well, I suppose you could
Or
always,
2 negatives make a positive?
you could always clearly put the burden of proving what that elevation is on the developer regardless of the size. It could be more restrictive in this case because it would put a greater burden on the individual property owner. I think if we're talking small areas, usually there are enough other public resources out there that we should be able to find some sort of an answer without doing the full thing. And that's what we would first try to do.
So here we go, one more. In Darcy's case, she did a study in the floodplain 6 feet above a roof or wherever it is, and she wants to do an add-on. And one of the earlier slides showed 1 foot or 2 feet. Is her add-on going to have to be because she did a study?
I would
6
actually
feet?
refer that question to a FEMA representative, to tell you the truth.
I mean, because she's going to maybe be sorry she shared that.
Hello, my name's Ray Lee. The report that went out, the Community Assistant Visit Report, I wrote that. I came in and did the audit in your community, okay? I can address some of the questions. I'll sign in here.
Are you DWR?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm the Department of Water Resources. Our agency is contracted by FEMA to do the community assistance under the CAP program, Community Assistance Program, to provide technical assistance to communities, okay, to do what we call the community assistance visit. I come in and do a drive-by, look at development that's taking place in a special flood hazard area. Even those we call the approximate Zone A areas, which are areas that don't have a base flood elevation, I look at those as well. When you talk about a project that's taking place in an area that doesn't have a base flood elevation, what we like to do, under the FEMA guidelines, development can take place, and the way they can do it is they can choose a default to the 2-foot elevation, so they get the elevation of the lowest adjacent grade out there, okay? And then they can build 2 feet above the highest adjacent grade that's out there. So you want to get the elevation of the lowest adjacent grade and the elevation of the highest adjacent grade, and you can default to 2 feet above that, okay?
Adjacent to what?
To wherever your project's going to be. So if you're going to be building a structure. Right. I understand that, but it's basically where your project is going to be, wherever you identify where that structure is going to be.
So is the project the structure?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I think
Because that's what we insure under the National Flood Insurance Program. We insure the structure, not the land. Okay? So that's what we want to focus on. If we're looking at building a project, and I'm hearing that there may be small projects coming in, we have a booklet that's called Approximate Zone A, okay, where there's different methodologies in there for smaller projects, smaller than 5 acres or 50 lots, that the community can default to and utilize that information to do those types of projects, okay? It's important that we understand that FEMA doesn't really know what's really happening in your community. There could be projects that have taken place after FEMA designed their maps. And it's up to the community themselves to understand where the areas are that have the potential of flooding. Because if you look at your county, it's a large county with a lot of different watersheds, okay? And it'd be very difficult to map all those areas and provide a base flood elevation associated with that. But if you as a community are going to allow a developer to come in and do development in those particular watersheds, I would recommend that the developer be responsible for developing a base flood elevation. Because the reality is, when it comes to any kind of response, recovery, things of that nature, the developer, after he's done his project, is gone. And you guys as a community are responsible for helping those individuals. But if they build it correctly during that time, the less likely you guys are going to be coming in having to do some kind of rescue operation. Okay? So did I answer that question?
Yes. Okay, so next,
okay.
But the question of the woman who did one on her house, and it's 6 feet above her roof, and she's already been there for whatever, 20 years, 100 years, and she wants to add on, what trumps her engineering study? And then we require her to be 2 feet above that, or?
Well, that's a good one. Because her house has been there for quite a long time. And as a community official, I would look at her structure, but I would also look at the study that you have. And I would try to work with FEMA, okay, to try to get a better study, get a better understanding of how that study was developed. Was it developed using a methodology that FEMA recognizes in their study manual? Or, and what we would need to do, and the community needs to be involved in that as well, is to identify over a period of time what has been the problems with that creek. Okay? Has there been debris flow in that creek? Has there been a lot of flooding that has taken place in the area? It may have been, like the gentleman was saying, a luck, a good fortune, to where the property hasn't been inundated. And my thoughts are, it's a good thing that she has flood insurance, because the probability of a flood coming through, considering all the development that's starting to take place up in the other areas, hardscape is not going to capture that rainfall as it comes through. And so she's been there for quite a while, but as development starts to take place above where she's at, you're going to have more runoff. And that more runoff is going to also come with debris flow. And as that debris starts to come down and we start to block these bridges, the probability of her structure being inundated is very possible. So I would still go along with the lines of, if her structure is there's an addition or remodel and it's reaching that 50% threshold, then she's going to have to meet the requirements.
But there's no study of record. And she lives in a home that's, I'm assuming it's just on its own parcel. It's an old home, it's been there for years. There's no base flood elevation of record, what you're addressing, if I'm correct here, is how to put criteria on new developments and what they have to do in that area. If they're in a designated flood zone or area of awareness, and you have a developer that comes in and wants to build some homes, then they have to comply with these new, or with whatever regulations are current. In the case of the lady from Vallecito, she lives in a home that's out there on its own, 150-year-old home that's never been flooded. These regulations aren't going to apply to her. There's no base flood elevation of record, am I right? I mean, she comes in for a building permit to put an addition on her home.
Is she in a FEMA flood zone?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so she's in a FEMA floodplain. Okay, so she was...
Who determines the base flood elevation there? Is it already of record?
No, there's no study there.
So...
No, there's no detailed study there.
Yes.
There's an approximate study there. So that means she's in an unnumbered A zone. So what we're looking at is her structure.
Yes.
If it's going to be an addition, will need to be elevated at least 2 feet above the highest adjacent grade that's out there.
Highest adjacent grade. Adjacent being how close to her project?
To the structure.
Like?
Within the footprint of her structure there.
So it needs to be 2 feet off the ground?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So if you look at this, the grade on the right,
yes,
that's the highest grade, and on the left, that's the lowest grade. So it's relative to their structure.
So the illustration on the right would be in compliance if that's...
Well, right here, this would be the highest grade, this C2B,
right.
Wrong one, C2G.
Okay.
And then C2F would be the lowest grade. And that's what he's talking about, the natural grade, is it the natural grade?
Right.
The grade adjacent to the structure, the highest and the lowest. That's the grade he's talking about.
So the one on the right there, the C2, whatever
right here,
the green
C2G.
one, yeah. So the floor of that, the floor of the habitable space in that home needs to be 2 feet above that.
If that's the natural grade.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, just before we move, it is now 4:25. We had told the people that we're going to be at 2:30 that it might be as early as 4 or so. At this point, should we move this back and let them know? I think they're waiting, maybe listening in. Now? We have the annual fee review. Any advice from administration?
Well, depending on how much longer this is going to run, I know that the meeting on the 19th, I believe, is not a very heavy agenda.
And could we move back to that? At this point, I would request that, although we did notice it, and I don't know if there are people
It's
who
a study session, not a public hearing.
All right. In that case...
Can we move it to the 26th? Or that's
I'm not doing it. I hope we could do it next week.
Right. 19th is light.
It's a real light week. You okay with?
Oh, yeah. It's not an addendum, is it, Shirley?
No, just a continuance.
We would continue it.
Yeah.
All right, so...
That item be continued one week.
All right, is there a second to that? Second. All right, those in favor?
Aye. To the 19th, and it's not an addendum, and the agenda's already out.
5-0, continued to next week. So I apologize for those who waited on that question for so long, but we're clearly going past our time here. All right, come on forward, and we'll continue on this one.
Hi, my name's Bob Kern. I live in Vallecito, too.
Something's going on over there.
Full town.
How many of you are there? This is all Vallecito. All right. Well, there you go. I thought for sure if we announced flood that we'd get somebody from Cosgrove Creek here, but it doesn't look.
Just something that you were saying about elevating the level 2 foot. For example, if Dorsey wanted to remodel, and she'd have to go up 2 foot above the highest point. There's all of us live in relative close proximity to each other. And if we start having neighbors moving their lots 2 foot up, I can tell you that we're going to start to have problems on the other lots. And although that one particular lot may comply with what the guidelines are, their neighbors may experience a serious problem with that. And I don't know if that answers that's so good of a thing. I mean, for the overall neighborhood. Going through this ordinance, I've got a number of issues with the whole thing. And I guess the question is that I live in a home that was built in approximately 1890. We're within the floodplain. We're just down the street from Darcy. We've never been flooded. There is no high water mark under my home. I worry not so much about flood. I know where the waters come up to and that. I worry about fire. And in an older home, my home, let's use my home for an example. I have a fire, my home burns down. Well, I go to this, which establishes what 50% damage is, and I find out that it's there's depreciation calculated into this and everything else. So I don't know who's to figure out exactly what my home's worth, if anything, because it's 110 years old, and if we've depreciated it over 110 years, I mean, it's probably not worth too much. And so that's an issue. And I mean, we shouldn't be punished to have to go back and rebuild a home after there's been a fire or a car comes plowing through my front door or there's an issue. And I take issue with this ordinance in this respect. The market value shall be determined by estimating the cost to replace the structure in new condition and adjusting that cost figure by the amount of depreciation that is accrued since the structure was constructed. Well, it was built in 1890, so you guys tell me, what do we have, you know? The amount of depreciation shall be determined by taking into account the age and physical deterioration of the structure and functional obsolescence. I can tell you most of us in old houses are living in functional obsolete houses. I mean, just you have to be practical about this. And this damage of any origin sustained by a structure whereby the cost of restoring the structure to its before its damaged condition would equal or exceed 50% of the market value. Well, what are we of the structure before the damage occurred? Have we taken into account the depreciation and where are we at? I mean, I can go on and on. I don't think that this is a well-written ordinance. I think that the people I mean, we are people. We've done what you folks asked. We had the engineered study done. And I mean, Darcy's house is 2 foot lower than mine, but it's 2 foot. She's 6 foot underwater. What's the difference? And most of us, that same thing applies to. This is not something that will work for us. As far as the new construction goes, I really don't take issue with any of the regulations you want to do with that. But existing structures, I mean, there's got to be some sort of exemption or some sort of change in this ordinance, because it'll significantly impact all of us and the value of our homes. And I hope you guys make the right decision.
Thank you. There's actually, sir, if you could come back up, Supervisor Claudino has a question.
No, I have a question of
Oh, I'm
staff.
sorry.
Sorry.
I'm wrong. Staff?
No, I do.
Be ready for this one.
I'm looking at the draft ordinance here and the last 3 pages of the attachment A. This is from the one way back in the original one from May 28th. There was a copy of this, and I hope that's still a valid document. But the last 3 pages of attachment A of the ordinance, starting with 15.06.230, nature of variances, condition of variances, page 18. Anyway, there's the nature of variances, then the next one is condition of variances, and then the appeal board. And I'm wondering if the concerns, which seem to have quite some merit, of these folks that live in historic homes, it would perhaps present a hardship on them if this is where this variance process comes to bear, to give relief to people to whom this would present a hardship.
Obviously, that is the reason there is a variance section in this code. Whether they would specifically qualify, I can't judge.
Right. It does say in passing, in the appeal board, in passing upon request for variances, this board shall consider technical evaluations, relevant factors, et cetera, but danger of life and property, susceptibility, it talks about the hardship that this ordinance might present itself upon people who live in circumstances such as these people where
I
they
think
could be
clearly
victims.
this is, without judging whether it's right or wrong, obviously you've got a controversy. You've got an area of very long existing homes through apparently a number of floods that have never had flooding. Maybe this is one of those, bos812082, is one of those areas where a detailed study is justified, either sponsored by the county or working with FEMA, whatever, to try to go back and take a look at that area and see what exactly it means. You have to understand, in part, whether we say you are or are not going to do it, that may create the county some problems. As long as it's designated as a floodplain, those requests for flood insurance are still going to be there. Those other agencies that deal with flood properties, whether it's insurance companies or mortgage companies, this stuff goes nationwide, and that's not going to change.
Right.
If the county is willing to find a way to deal with some of the problems, we may be able to resolve that. This doesn't make the program go away, though. And that's the concern. I mean, there is a danger that we have to balance the needs, in this case, of preserving this program for those that really do need it, and trying to find a way of finding, whether it's variances or doing other technical work that shows, these people really don't need it.
Right. Well, whether
Gold Creek is an example where we've got an area that is clearly now outside of the floodplain, and they shouldn't need to pay for that insurance. And once those studies are appropriately filed, they will come out of that designation. And this may very well be a similar area that more work is necessary. I think the point is not try to solve each individual case here, is to make sure we have an ordinance that addresses the overall concern, has those safety ramps, has those escapes, and then look at where we need better and stronger information and work towards getting that. The program doesn't go away.
Okay, wait, hold on. Marita has a question, followed by Tom.
Okay, two, and one, this might be a FEMA question. Assuming the man's house burns, he wants a variance, we don't make him build 4 feet above, 2 feet wherever, and then something happens. Would the insurance, and he has insurance, assuming, would FEMA or the carrier, from your experience, come back and say, county, you gave the variance to this property owner, so we're not covering this, and we don't care if he has insurance because he didn't meet the requirement. So now the county, how does the county be indemnified unless we say, we'll give you the variance, but you have to indemnify the county if you can't rebuild? And then I have one more question.
Okay. The answer is, if the individual has flood insurance and they flood, they get reimbursed. They get made whole through the FEMA flood insurance program. So if regardless of what they've done, if they have a variance and they've built in conformance with the regulations, and if they have...
But they're not building in accordance because they've gotten a variance. Because
they would have, in FEMA's eyes, they would meet the regulations. But it's sort of two separate things. If they have flood insurance, they get reimbursed.
Okay, I kind of would like that in writing. Well, I just feel like there's an...
That's right.
Well,
FEMA,
I know, but my concern, I don't begrudge them the variances, but they have the variance and then something happens, 2 years, 20 years, and then it's the insurance carrier's back on the county.
FEMA it's a federally backed insurance program, so the insurance carrier is not State Farm or Allstate. They sell it through our Write Your Own program, but the National Flood Insurance Program is the carrier.
So FEMA's not going to come back on the county saying you're creating these variances and we're covering something where there shouldn't be a variance.
Well, that might be part of the community assistance visit program, and that's part of the reason for the community assistance visit. The way that the FEMA program works is it's a three-legged stool approach. We create flood insurance rate maps to identify areas of high, low, and moderate risk, and to inform the public of their risk. And then we come to the county or to the city, and we create these maps, and we provide flood insurance to anyone and everyone who wants them. And we go to the local officials who have land use authority, and we ask that you encourage wise development in the floodplain that minimizes future risks. And in return, we will make flood insurance available in your county to anyone and everyone who wants it.
Thank you.
You had another question?
Yeah,
Meredith?
one,
And
but
then
I'm not
Tom.
sure this is a FEMA one. Maybe it's really a marketing one. So you go to sell your home. He's been given a variance. 5 years from now, he sells his home. Or we let Darcy build at 2 feet versus 6 or something. What kind of disclosure is the county responsible for?
The county
if
is
any?
not responsible for any disclosure. It's the property owner that would have to disclose anything that's relevant about their property. So if it's in a floodplain, they would disclose that and whatever else may be there. So we would hopefully still have the records to support any sort of a definition. Okay. So.
Yeah, my colleague just also wanted me to point out that the community can issue the variance. What happens, though, is that when it gets submitted to the insurance carrier, then it gets rated at a higher rate, so they would end up paying a higher insurance rate for that piece of property. So whereas if they would have elevated their home, the cost of insurance might be $700 a year. If they choose to request a variance, the cost of insurance might be closer to $2,500 a year. But maybe now might be, I have a proposal that may address a number of your issues, and maybe now might be a good time to talk about that. Can you go back to the slide with the Vallecino, because I think that highlights what we have. At the very beginning, you were shown a slide that showed the number of miles of FEMA-designated special flood hazard area, and there were very few dark blue lines. And there were lots of red lines showing the DWR awareness maps. And FEMA, for a number of years, has been underfunded, and we haven't had the money to really do a lot of detailed studies and to really look at a lot of growth areas. And seeing that need, the state of California stepped in and produced these awareness maps. And they used approximate techniques, but basically good science to identify areas where there was a potential for flooding that was not included in a FEMA flood insurance map. And in your county, there are over 700 miles of awareness mapping by DWR, and I think there's something on the order of like 24 miles of detailed FEMA study. And if you're going to have growth, identifying these areas where FEMA has not designated a floodplain, anything outside of those magic FEMA special flood hazard area lines are not subject to this ordinance. People can do whatever sort of they want. And And so we at FEMA would really love to see you incorporate these extra areas into a map. And so I'm prepared to come to you with a proposal. And that proposal is this. If you formally request that we incorporate the DWR awareness mapping into your new DFIRM product that's about ready to be rolled out to you, then in exchange, we will do a number of things. First, we recognize that these maps, these awareness maps, may have areas that aren't quite right. And so when we roll out the preliminary maps that would include these awareness zones, we would offer to have a couple of public meetings with the public, and we would come and work with you. And if there are areas where the landowner says, you know, it just don't happen this way. My house is up here, and this awareness zone shows me, and it just, we would be willing to look at them and, you know, and see if they need to be tweaked a bit on a preliminary basis. And then we would, you know, move forward with rolling out the new maps. And then to follow this up, what we are prepared to do is we're prepared to commit $1 million in doing detailed studies to fix the approximate zones that you see going through Vallecito Creek, to do any other detailed studies that would need to be done in high growth areas or in areas where the awareness mapping may need to be looked at more closely. And these detailed studies would then formally establish a base flood elevation, so that would answer some of the questions that these folks in Vallecito have. The detailed study would include a review of the hydrology to make sure that the hydrology is current. You know, I don't know. In looking at the profile, my first question was, what discharge did the surveyor use when they were coming up with that? And in our approximate studies, oftentimes the effective discharge is I don't want to say a bit crude, but certainly subject to, you know, could be improved upon by looking at it more closely. So we are prepared to, if you're prepared to be proactive in protecting your floodplains and in protecting your community from flood hazards, and in doing what I hope that you think is the right thing to do, we at FEMA are prepared to step up to the plate and work with you, and we're prepared to commit hard dollars to make your maps better and more accurate. And so now I will caution, I mean, just as has been mentioned, these Zone A maps will, if we add the red to, there will be homes that will then be subject to having to purchase flood insurance, and they will be subject to the requirements that are here. But again, you would be taking a very proactive stance and protecting future development right now that could go in and cause you to have another Cosgrove Creek in that red area. So that, I'm willing to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, let me ask you a question, the same I asked Bob at the beginning. You said, is a consequence of a more detailed map, if you're in the flood plain, you have to get flood insurance? You have to have flood insurance?
If you have a federally backed mortgage, then you must.
If you own your home free and clear,
it's your risk. It's up to you.
Then it's up to you. Okay. And I mean, it just seems to me that if people like Bob, he bought his home in 1890, and that's 118 years ago.
Oh, God.
The home was built in 1890.
He's got enough the loan paid off yet?
18 years old. The home is says 118-year-old, not your sunglasses. That the chances are that it will not be in a floodplain. But I think that's a pretty likely possibility.
That is not a likely story. Just because it's never flooded doesn't mean that it won't. Certainly, you can look, we do look at historical records. That's what we base our hydrology on. Okay. We do go back and we look at the rain gauge data, and if that area has not been subject to flooding in the last 100 years, then it gets reflected in the hydrology. And so, it could change, and a more detailed study could in fact show. And the other part that makes our arrangement so attractive and why we're willing to do this is that you have good topography. That when these maps were created, they may have been, some of them used USGS quads, which have a contour interval of plus or minus 10 feet. You have much better digital topography, and that makes better mapping possible and much more cost effective.
All I can say to that is that over the last 100 years, we've had some horrendous floods. And I don't know how you're going to be able to look at the last 100 years and say that a building that didn't get flooded in one of those events is in a floodplain. I mean, we're within a 100-year floodplain anyway, because we had that big one in I think it was 52 or 55. It was just.
That's very possible that when we take a second look, we will find that.
We had that big storm in February, like I mentioned earlier. We had like 20 inches in a week, and it just flooded everything along Murphy's Creek. That's when we had the big slides. Remember, we had the big slide that took out Highway 4, and we had some other big slides, and that was just that was almost like a cell that just sat over us for a week. I mean, we had right around 20 inches in a week in February.
Yeah, and we
had huge mudslides on the ranches. We had huge mudslides on our ranch. It took out Highway 4 up above Camp Conoway or something. And so we've had some really big flood events, and the idea that over the last 100 years, if you didn't flood in one of those events, I don't think you're in a floodplain. Not in a 100-year floodplain.
Certainly, a review is warranted. The maps that you have are 20 years old. The effective discharges may be 30 years old. So.
Okay. It just seems to me that if you had a home that basically was on the older side and hadn't been flooded, and it was destroyed by fire. I mean, obviously, you would have a pretty hard argument if you came in and the home was destroyed by a flood to say you weren't in a floodplain. But if it was destroyed by fire or something, it seems to me you would have some presumption that you should be able to rebuild that home basically as it was if it had survived some flood events, has a history of surviving flood events. But Bob, let me ask you my final question, and that is, with what's before us today for action, it meets the federal guidelines, so people can have flood insurance. Does it incorporate the state, what do you call it?
Awareness. It does not at this point, unless I'm mistaken. This would really be a two-step process. Our first is to get these in shape. Secondly, we would have to bring back a formal request to the board to, in fact, request FEMA to include that, and we'd have to work out all the details.
Okay,
so
we couldn't just incorporate that in a simple one or two sentences.
I think you'd have to reintroduce it.
Yeah,
it's a substantial change.
Number one, it's not on the agenda.
Okay, well, let me just ask FEMA then. Is your offer based on one sort of ordinance, or can we do it in a two-step process?
Certainly can do it in a two-step process.
Okay. And upon the final, then would we notify you? Would you give us some timeline as to when you think you would be able to come and look at some of these issues?
The timeline that I'm looking at is we have been requested by our FEMA headquarters to prepare the budget for the next fiscal year and to have our line items in by the middle of next month. And so if I had an indication from you all that this is something you were willing to do, then we would include in our FY09 budget a $1 million line item. Typically, we don't get our dollars in our hand until December timeframe. At that time, we would start the detailed studies that
I
go
hope the
with it.
federal budget is more timely adopted than the state budgets.
We will pull the board on that topic, but we still are in a public hearing, and there are members of the public who have been indicating a desire to speak as Supervisor Callaway. So I'll move first to the public. We'll go first here, second back here, and then to Marita.
Hi, I'm Ray Beerbaum from Vallecito. Surprise. I haven't heard the definition of a flood yet. Anybody know what it is?
A little wet.
It's wet. Okay, and somebody said that as the development goes, it's going to cause more flooding downstream. And how do we prevent that?
We don't build in the floodplain.
Okay, say we already built in the floodplain according to what you said. Now, when about every other year, I'm standing in my front yard, and it's about January 1st, and I've got about 6 inches of water crawling up my leg. It all ends up in Rod's backyard. We're not on the creek yet. The creek is still quite a ways away from us. But if we build another subdivision above us, the water that was soaking into the ground there is now going to come down through my yard again. And that's the kind of thing I'm looking out for. I'm not worried about Coyote Creek flooding. I'm worried about the water coming down the hill.
All right.
That's not part of this.
I know it's not part of this. Just humor me. I've been humoring you guys for years, you know. So go along with that.
Not me.
Well, you haven't been here that long.
Okay, we had a speaker. Yes, come on.
Two questions.
Again, if you could state your name for the record.
The first one was when they were talking,
Please
Tom,
state your name
oh,
again
Bev
for the
Stock.
record.
Do I need to put my name again?
No, that's all right.
Okay. When Tom was talking about all of the different things that have occurred over the years, it makes me think of the fact that Vallecito has one wonderful asset to tell you exactly what's happened over the centuries, in that we have a plug at the end of Coyote Creek in the form of natural bridges. And I'm not a geologist, but it seems like some sort of a study on natural bridges could pretty much tell you how much the water's backed up at some point or another. If this 100-year plan comes down, you know that there's going to be enough debris in that, in the terms of lawn furniture and old trees, that it's going to plug natural bridges. So that was one of the things that I thought was kind of interesting. And for those of you who don't know, Coyote Creek comes through our valley, and then it goes through a natural cavern and empties out on the other side of it. So there's basically a hill that the creek goes through. So I don't know if that's something that could be incorporated in it. The other thing was, when you talk about this $1 million funding, are you talking about a map, or are you talking about a solution? Yeah. So in the event that we get this $1 million map, who's going to do the work to create the solution? Because the map doesn't keep us from flooding. Where are we going to get the funding? I think Judy would like to probably know that, because she owns a good portion of the creek that comes through town, and if that requires some clearance on her property.
That's up to the private property owner.
So the $1 million fund for the map doesn't...
You guys live there, and that's why you're going to need to have flood insurance. So if it does happen, that you have flood insurance, and then if you want to rebuild, if you get flooded, obviously if you never get flooded, you never have to worry about rebuilding, but then you're going to have to meet the requirements to rebuild in a
Okay.
flood zone if you lose your house to flood.
No, that's not what I was talking about. I was talking about in terms of the creek bed itself. Because there has been an enormous, I mean, there used to be a big, deep pool back there, and now it's full of rock.
Yeah. Well,
which has
we
spread
used to be
out.
able to, and we're apparently not any longer able to get the prison crew out of Vallecito to come and basically clean the creek through Vallecito and clean out all the blackberries, et cetera. That always was the private property owner's responsibility. It's back to being the private owner's responsibility because the crews don't like to do work on private property anymore. I guess and probably one of the reasons they have enough public projects to keep them busy. So that is going to be a private property owner responsibility. But probably your greatest threat in Vallecito, I suspect, is of those blackberries, and then you have a flood event and it brings down a lot of debris, and then you will get a damming effect, and which will have nothing really to do with the flow. It'll have more to do with the damming effect, and that's why I think it's pretty critical that in the fall, those blackberries get cleaned out enough that they cannot have a damming effect if you have a high water incident.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Did you have one more issue, and then Marita?
The reason I've got sunglasses is because I left my other glasses at home, and I can hardly see without anything, so they're substituting today. Supervisor Claudino brought up the variance procedure, and this says the issuance of a variance is for floodplain management purposes only. Insurance premium rates are determined by statute according to actuarial risk and will not be modified by granting of a variance. So basically, they're saying we can't have, according to this ordinance, they're saying we can't have variances unless...
Excuse me, but the variance would apply to, the way I understand it, if you were allowed to rebuild.
Right, but according to this,
it would not affect your insurance rates, correct?
Right, and there's also, if you read on in the general conditions of general variances, they're to be done only in rare cases and not applied. It doesn't. This isn't very. It's refined to the extent that I would be afraid that when I walked into the planning department, I don't think I'd get a variance.
Well, you're right. There's no guarantee, but that final decision would be with this board.
Right.
And that doesn't make you feel comfortable?
Supervisor Callaway, you had an additional question.
The $1 million aside, I think it's irresponsible if we do not add in DWR's awareness maps. Because as we grow, everything is becoming more complex, more contentious. The risks are getting higher. And I mean, not that we won't take your money, we will, but I would support this anyway, because I just think it's irresponsible of us not to. Which moves me to the second one. I think Steve talked about it in some workshop I was at, or somebody did, about doing permeable driveways, building green, doing things that absorb the water, or it stays within its environment so it doesn't impact the downstream users. Now, I know that's not your department, Mr. Selman, but it is your adjacent across the hall.
Actually,
I mean, it's the agency, it's not planning department, but
we both get involved in this process. There are entitlements that the county has the ability to require certain less than impervious structures. We spoke about that actually on a matter that's coming to you on appeal shortly relative to permeable cement, so that we could try to absorb some of the potential runoff and put it back in the ground. So those can become not only planning entitlements, they could become building entitlements. And you're right. I mean, first of all, it's hard enough to try to explain why we're going to ask people to spend money for these extra issues if they're not even designated as a floodplain. So if we have areas that we honestly believe should be included, I just totally concur that we need to get the designation.
So do we need to, ask for this ordinance to be modified?
I would ask that you adopt the ordinance as it stands, because if we add areas to the designation, the ordinance still applies. I mean, it's the mapping that sets the areas. This doesn't adopt only the mapping. It implements the mapping that's ultimately in place. So I would ask, first of all, we would ask that you introduce this ordinance and we get that in motion so it is in fact getting taken care of, goes to the second reading and gets into effect at the end of the 30-day period. At the same time, we would work with FEMA and get the exact language and the proposed wording to bring back to you on probably not your next, but on a regular agenda item that would bring forth the discussion about what it would take to actually add those Department of Water Resources areas into this program and whatever other benefits there might be to the county.
But this ordinance deals on page 4 with the FEMA mapping. So if we wanted to add in on number 2, page 4, if we wanted to add in the awareness maps, then we'd have to modify it, so why not?
My understanding is if we add in the awareness maps, they would become part of the official FEMA mapping.
It's just a subset.
Right. It's just, it would then be, we would use that as all of it would be the FEMA mapping. And
yes, that is true. So your ordinance, I believe, has a provision that says that you will adopt all FEMA maps and all subsequent revisions thereto. This awareness map would be a subsequent revision that would be incorporated by automatically by adopting this ordinance.
Okay. I mean, my concern is we introduce an ordinance and we adopt and we wait 30 days and we start. I don't want to start going and modifying ordinances.
We also do not want to do that. Okay. That's why this is the program of administration. The designation of the map would be when FEMA says that's our map, that's our map.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey, I've got a couple of comments and questions myself. I want to reiterate my earlier comments in previous meetings about the relationship between the upstream building and the downstream consequences. There's nothing like no better lesson than Cosgrove Creek. Once a 100-year floodplain, once a 200-year floodplain, then a 100-year floodplain, and then flooding in 5 of the next 10 years. A lot of it related to what's running off from developments that we ourselves permitted and then running into developments that we placed or allowed in the floodplain. That's about as classic an example as you can get, and I'm real interested in avoiding that circumstance. But I see 3 different kind of circumstances. One are clearly documented floodplains that have been in and were accurately identified by FEMA in the past. A second group is the things that have evolved since those studies were done. And a third group is things that got caught up in it, and I guess we have one amongst us today that were not maybe accurately portrayed that way, or maybe it is and they've just been lucky. I don't know the difference right now. But I do know that we want to be careful because on the one hand, we're trying to make insurance available for people. And on the other hand, we're trying not to cause people to have inappropriate insurance burdens or be placed in a kind of dragnet that includes unfortunate collateral economic damage. And I think we've got to be careful as we move forward. I want to make sure that if we have a variance or some basis to appeal being included in something, that we find a way. And I guess the ultimate thing is the offer that's been made that we could actually study this in a modern context and with regards to what we've done over the last many years. That's a good long-term solution. question is, what do we do in the meanwhile to not create undue burden on people caught up in inaccurate maps? Does anybody have a suggestion as to how we might approach that? Should we take action today to implement? There's a couple of there's another issue that I have, which is that we have on your page 3 of 5, we had 7 additional suggestions, and as you recall, we got into this whole discussion. The reason we didn't pass this last time was that at least one supervisor had suggested no future building in any floodplain whatsoever. So we then asked that you come up with a number of suggestions that could strengthen our look at that. Because prevention is, of course, is worth an ounce of prevention is worth a ton of cure in a Cosgrove Creek kind of thing. We're being asked to pony up $5 million to correct the problem. That's a pretty expensive mistake for a county that has our kind of budget. So I'm curious, and I have heard no comment on either by staff or board on your thoughts as to items number 1 through 7 on page 3 of 5. So those are 2 questions that I'm curious about.
I don't have that listing in front of me unless I'm just not seeing it, so
it's
I suppose
3 of 5 on the July 2nd description of this public hearing.
My instinct, and I have to say this is a gut level instinct, it's not based on science, but I know we have parcels that are going to be entirely within designated floodplains, or the only areas are going to be within designated floodplains. And I think as dangerous as that is for an individual in some ways, I think you've got other issues of we've talked about inverse condemnation, regulatory takings, and so on. If we have situations where it is simply a matter of elevating a flood floor level a couple of feet, and we're not going to put communities or homes in serious risk, it seems an undue burden in the opposite direction on the general public to turn around and say we're not going to let that develop at all, and we're going to absorb the cost of whatever that may cost the public in the long run. So I would clearly not waive any of the requirements that it would take if building in the floodplain is the only option. As a matter of board policy, we've tried to do this. Building outside of the floodplain is always the preferred choice. And it should be only when there is a demonstration that there is no other viable way to build that we should look at building in this floodplain. And if there is a need for direction or clarification, we should add that as either board policy or a leading statement to this document.
Do you have any recommendations on items 1 through 7? And by the way, one of the things that I noticed in a previous discussion that had a lot of controversy about takings and other matters was the driveway slope issue, where ultimately people made a decision, the board made a recommendation that we not give an arbitrary cap or limit, but simply give the flexibility to the staff to create equivalencies. That was what the law said anyway, by the way, but we came to that kind of conclusion. I think the same principle might be applied to a floodplain.
I believe substantially that's what this program does do. It does provide equivalencies, it gives you opportunities to look at ways to develop without putting the public in danger. So I think that's not an unfair analogy. The second one of going from a 100-year flood to a 200-year flood, I cannot in any way recommend that. We have absolutely no way that I'm aware of even beginning to estimate.
There's no basis for that.
There's no basis for that at all. Assuming the worst case scenario when calculating the base flood elevations, You know, basically, I think this has to be, the reference was the city of Roseville, which is a very compact, by comparison, jurisdiction where very detailed studies can be done. I don't think it is practical. I think, you know, the offer from FEMA is probably as good as we're going to ever find of being able to do more intense studies. So, I mean, in specific areas, this is a difficult process. I acknowledge that, but I don't think we can ever get to the degree of study that they're talking about in this next one. Change the amount that the base flood elevation can raise as a result of cumulative effect of the proposed development when combined with all other anticipated in a watershed from no more than 1 foot to will not increase, and it's referring to a code section. To say there can be, this science is not precise enough to say that there can be no increase. I mean, again, we are not talking about a science that can minutely predict what the base flood level is to the extent that if you make minor modifications to it, you will be able to tell, oh yes, this will raise the floodplain by 0.2 of an inch. I mean, we're not talking that degree of specificity. So I think there needs to be a fair amount of latitude. I think the converse of that is the more we implement this program, the less we allow there to be encroachments onto floodways that are not clearly offset, the greater the chance of not increasing downstream flows. That's one of the imperatives I think we need to continue with. Add discussion of flood issues in the general plan. Actually, they are part of our general plan. That is something that we do provide for, and as I've said, we deal with not only floodplains, we also have the dam failure inundation map. So that is part of our general plan, and whatever we do in our general plan, we will have policies that will direct, to the extent possible, development outside of those risk areas. Develop floodplain management plan. I think that's pretty much what we're dealing with, and Clay is now gone. That sounds like that whole program. I think we're working towards that same goal through implementation by GIS. This is, in fact, working towards the implementation of that management program. So I think we actually are making progress. It doesn't need to be addressed in the ordinance. We're actually doing it. That's why we're here today.
If we were, as a board, to express our desire that the Mintier take a look at this issue in the general plan and focus some on it, would that be a conveyance worth making?
Well, we do it anyway. Yeah, but absolutely. Yeah, it's not part of it. Yeah, it has to be part of our, I mean, safety and seismic safety element deal with, among other things, flooding. So we absolutely have to do it.
We need the detailed maps. Bob, the one thing I would disagree with you, since I'm the one supervisor and haven't really changed my position, is on number one about no additional, I would say, residential building or commercial building. I don't mind barns or storage sheds or something, but no additional building in the floodplain. And I say that because, quite frankly, we are going to get a lot more development upstream. I don't care if it's upstream of Valley Springs or upstream of Vallecito or upstream of Murphy's or Angels Camp or you pick it, San Andres, it doesn't matter. There's going to be more development upstream. And it's going to put more water in the watersheds. And so you can come in and say, well, geez, well, you know, he only has to raise it 2 feet. Well, yeah, but in 15 years, 2 feet isn't enough. And so I'm uncomfortable saying that we're going to basically say, well, let's have new development, particularly residential development. I'm all for taking care of the citizens that already exist in those floodplains, but just adding to the problem doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I mean, these folks already are very concerned about their property values and replacing their homes, et cetera. So why are we going to say, well, my gosh, let's add to that level of concern? I don't think that is particularly good public policy.
Okay, perhaps I could suggest then this says no additional building within a FEMA floodplain. If what you're talking about is
it's
no
like residential, commercial
entitlements that allow more building or more future building sites than currently exist, that's
No,
something.
I'm saying, I'm
two
talking
different things
building
we're talking
permit
about here.
stage. I'm not, I don't agree at all with your argument that if you have a parcel, a legally existing parcel, and it's 100% in a floodplain, that somehow you just have a right to build whatever you want to build in the floodplain. I don't think that's, I don't buy into that argument. So I don't want more building permits issued to build within floodplains. I don't think that makes any sense at all. It's going to come back and bite us in the rump big time, just like Cosgrove Creek has bit us in the rump. You know, Vallecito has not as of this point, but we are going to have more deal with millions of dollars of price tags on citizens' dollars to go in and address, 40 homes and 20 homes and 15 homes that we've allowed to be built. I mean, that whole Cosgrove Creek and all those homes, those are all newer homes. Those aren't old homes. Those aren't 100-year homes. Those aren't anything down there. I mean, those homes are probably all within the last, 20 years or so.
But they didn't have to mitigate.
Well after La Contenta.
They didn't have to do any mitigation measures when they built them, though. And this is proposing that they do.
Yeah,
But the
remember
floodplain
that.
is just going to keep going up.
And so it will include places that are not in the floodplain now, and you'll be in the same boat.
Well, I mean, if I put them in the floodplain, you're in trouble.
You can mitigate.
One at a time. I got a couple
I'm
hands
not
up.
in favor of continuing to build new residential or commercial or whatever. So I don't mind a barn or a shed or that sort of thing. Put your farm equipment, you get your farm equipment washed away. Most of the time in a flood deal, you can, it's just like in the valley, you get all your equipment up on the levee, so you'll get it out of the barn and you'll lose the barn. But, I don't see any sense for building new residences in known floodplains. That makes no sense to me.
Right. I've got a couple of other hands up, but first want to thank Supervisor Tryon for using the term of art rump instead of the obvious other choice. And we'll then move to
what context I used it in.
David, do you have a slide there that shows the dam inundation area for Tulloch?
Not the dam inundation area, no. I wasn't prepared to do that today.
Okay, well,
Actually, we can't show that to you.
I
against the rules.
Well, I just wanted to point out to Supervisor Tryon that he just approved 30 units about an hour ago in a dam inundation area. So maybe the answer is that in all the floodplains. Wait a minute. Wait.
Maloney's breaks, you're going to have a lot more trouble than Lake Tulloch.
It's not a question of breaking. I mean, it hasn't, the spillway hasn't overcrested yet. It got very dangerously close at one time. But anyway,
I will try to separate agenda items here if possible.
but in all seriousness, I come from an area where there were some magnificent homes built in flood area that everybody's known about for 150 or 200 years, and they're all built on stilts, the same type of structure that you just approved an hour ago. So I am not comfortable at all of having this board that I'm sitting on put an edict out that people can't enjoy the privilege of building a house on their land. I'm perfectly comfortable with saying if you want to build it there, you got to build it with some science that's going to allow the water to run underneath it. There's a go to Morton Boulevard in Modesto, California, and there's a whole string of houses. They're multi-million-dollar houses, and they're all up on stilts, and everybody loves them. And even when they have to get to them in rowboats. So. Anyway, be careful what kind of...
I would buy into your argument if we weren't using $5 million or more of citizens' money to go down and fix Cosgrove Creek. We didn't tell them, you built in a floodplain, you're a private citizen, you're responsible. No, we're using $5 million of other citizens' money to fix the problem.
It's a different situation.
As long as we constantly spend other people's money to fix private sector problems, then I think we have some obligation to say, let's not do things that are obviously, that's what I use it, bite us in the rump. That's when I used it.
And now we will hear from the delegate from Cosgrove Creek.
Thanks so much, yeah. But the whole point here that I failed to make apparently earlier was that those homes that were inundated a little over 2 years ago were built without consideration of elevating them above the floodplain. And that's why we're in trouble down there. Now, this ordinance and this proposal would be that if a person wants to build in the floodplain, they have to do so using the science that's available to elevate the floor level of the living space above that floodplain. That was not done down there before, and that's why we are in trouble with that, because we did approve those without such an ordinance and without such criteria for building. I don't know where this would go if we had, if we said no one can build. I don't know how many residential lots that are not built upon right now are in a floodplain area, but if we, in one fell swoop, told everybody that your property is valueless, I think it would cost a great deal more than $5 million to buy that property back and return the property tax. So I think the science is there to allow us to allow building on these properties, provided we know where the floodplain is, and they elevate it a foot or 2 feet above that level. It's common practice elsewhere.
I guess as for me, I had raised the issue with Tom in the previous meeting, asking for some choices and other measures that we might adopt. One thing that worries me is as we ask people to elevate, what tends to happen is one of two things. Either they build on stilts, which I think tends to mitigate without a downside, as long as it's strong enough to handle it. But what seems to happen around here some, and I'm curious how this might, how you see this ordinance in this regard. If you simply keep filling in and building up, what you're doing is, and aside from the impervious surfaces that are being built above it, adding more water to it, we're beginning to build up berms and things that narrow the waterway to some extent, or keep areas that might otherwise flood out, kind of move it into tighter and tighter channels, therefore giving it more chance to flood in more catastrophically downstream or elsewhere. Does this deal with that? Do we have the ability to say, instead of it's got to be elevated in some way, that it must be elevated in certain areas on stilts?
I'm not sure that we specify that in this ordinance. I think you would come back to the prior question that you asked, is are you creating an offset? Or is that a significant offset? If it's something that the offset would be a matter of a fraction of an inch arithmetically, I'm not sure we would be too concerned. If it was something where you were talking about an actual long extended fill, actually creating a dike or a barrier of some extent, I think at that point we've got to ask the question, is that an added risk? Is that something beyond what we're talking about in terms of a minimal raising of a flood, or excuse me, of a first floor foundation? I'm sure there are folks who
yes, I see FEMA rising to the moment.
Yeah, a couple of things I want to mention. I brought with me, and I'll hand them out. This is the property rights and community liability. It's a document available on the Association of State Floodplain webpage. It's written by an attorney, a good friend of mine who has researched this in quite detail. So to answer your questions about how can we restrict development, the Association of State Floodplain Managers has developed a no adverse impact toolkit that is available online, and I'll share it with your staff, and that would be the next logical step for you to proceed.
That would be good.
And that will address all your questions. The second thing I want to mention is that with the proposal that we have, you have a lot of approximate A-zone areas. They don't have a regulatory floodway incorporated in them. When we now do a detailed study, we incorporate as part of the detailed study a regulatory floodway. And what we do when we determine a regulatory floodway, we take the stream channel and we model the discharge going down the stream. And then we like a water balloon, we smush in the sides of the water balloon until the base flood elevation rises 1 foot. Because you've set an ordinance for 2 feet, and so we set that smush level, if you will, and that establishes the regulatory floodway. And so homes that are development within the regulatory floodway has tighter restrictions, and you have some fill requirements so that your concerns about filling in, those get addressed when you have a regulatory floodway on the map that comes as a consequence of a detailed study.
Okay, so I guess we need a detailed study.
So that would be the outcome of what you're, if we were to agree with the proposal, which, by the way, I had promised that we would poll the board on, and I think we may be at a moment where we could do so. Everybody all right with that? So, in favor of a poll on the FEMA proposal to do a study and to give us money or to partner with us in creating that study?
By incorporating the Department of Water Resources.
Right, quid pro quo being that we take the DWR, our areas.
I'm a yes.
Yes, 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 yes. I'm a yes, too. So we have a 5-0 on that.
We'll put it in your budget tonight. Stay up late.
And by the way, thank you so much for attending, both DWR and FEMA today. I think it's been helpful for us to sort of see solutions that might not have otherwise been apparent.
That's very good. Thank you.
Yes. All right, and now we move to other considerations on the ordinance itself. So if we are done with the public hearing, I will close that and move it back to the board for its consideration and motion. Anybody else wish to speak before moving to action here? All right, the public hearing is now closed. And board, what is your pleasure?
Someone make a motion.
Mr. Chairman, the recommendation, if you would like to do so, would be that you introduce the ordinance for a first reading and continue the matter for a second reading. I believe this is still a first reading, isn't it? We haven't passed that one, have we?
Yes, it is a first.
It's on the agenda as an adoption, but I think it is.
It is a first reading. This is a first reading.
Okay, so we would ask that you introduce it and continue the matter for final action.
All right.
I will make that motion.
All right.
Second.
There's a motion, and that includes waive reading?
Yes.
All right, motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes on a 5-0 vote.
So that has to also go on next week's agenda.
Well, that's for adoption.
Got that?
Yeah.
But it's not new discussion.
Consent agenda.
All right, so wait a minute. We have one more agenda item, Tom.
We do?
Reports and correspondence. Sorry, but it's on the agenda.
You know, we think so. You want to talk some more?
I'm pretty sorry.
And then you do.
We are still actually in session, folks.
Take control, Steve.
I'm going to gather this thing in.
Just say, it's fine.
Shall I speak for the board and say we have nothing to report?
Surely does.
I think we're still on. We're still on TV.
Just get it. Just say.
Okay, we're going to call this back into order. We are still in session. We have one more item. It's reports and correspondence. And there actually are some announcements on this section. Supervisor Triad.
Let's just start with comment.
All right, we're going to begin due to Supervisor Thomas's need to introduce a congressman in his district. We'll start with Russ today on correspondence and reports.
Okay, yes, Mr. Chairman, I have to make a hasty departure here. I'm expected to introduce Congressman Lundgren at the Copperopolis Armory He's going to begin his town hall down there at 6:30, so I need to beat feet. Also, I want to remind the members of the board that tomorrow night I'll be hosting Randy Metzger and Leslie Davis for a second round of an explanation of the Prop 8 property tax reduction program. That we had about 24, 25 people that attended last week's session on last Wednesday night at the Jenny Lynn Firehouse. It was very well attended, I thought. Excellent questions. And we're doing it again tomorrow night at the Copperopolis Firehouse starting at 7. So if anybody's listening and would like to go to that, please come. Any board member, you're welcome as well. So I think I'm going to say goodbye.
Thank you.
All right, Russ.
Thank you.
Supervisor Callaway.
At our Area 12 meeting last week in Markleyville, I just want to give you all some quick numbers. For our meals program, which is always controversial, for congregate meals for the fiscal year 07-08, 12,000 plus were served. Home delivered meals, 42,300 plus, and congregate meal sites, 3,100. Discussions with seniors of Calaveras regarding a multi-purpose senior services program, 8,500. So Area 12 really does service the senior needs here in Calaveras County. I have this week, Steve, just two, Central Sierra Family Support in Markleyville. And
it's on Thursday, right?
Yes. And the Humane Society is having a function in Cedar Center on Saturday, but everything else is not board appointed.
Supervisor Claudino.
Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock will be at the Mountain Valley Emergency Medical Services Agency meeting in Bear Valley. And let's see, the only other, well, on Saturday, the 16th, I will be at the annual, I don't know what you call it, hoedown, the Habitat for Humanity annual picnic in the Murphy's Park.
Saturday?
Saturday.
Yep.
Saturday afternoon.
Okay, and Supervisor Tryon?
I do not have anything, Mr. Chair, to bring before the board.
For myself, I'll be attending the Joint Powers Act meeting in Markleyville on Thursday with Supervisor Callaway, and that's all I have to report. But I do understand we have a very important report from our administration. The cash carry is?
The cash carry, as far, just to remind you that at the third quarter report, I won't go into what I predicted at mid-year. It was just around $1.4 million. But after meeting with the department heads at their third quarter and their estimated expenditures and revenues, we had projected for preliminary budget or proposed budget $1.571 million. The cash carry, when I talked to the auditor's office yesterday, they were just about closed. And I checked it at lunchtime just before we came on, because I knew it was going to vary a little bit, was 1.423, which is about 150,000 less than we had expected. However, remember that 80,000, there was a projected increase to property taxes of 80,000. We have not input the A87 cost and revenues for the coming fiscal year we used last year, so there should be a gain there as well. So we will be looking at and reviewing all the revenues before we come back with final budget. We will be putting together a calendar for final budget and moving into next year's budget with the mid-year reviews and fee schedules, et cetera.
And Shirley, we gained 80 on assessed value.
Mm-hmm.
But then we've also lost.
We lost 150 on cash carry.
On cash carry. And we haven't done the A87.
Right. Well, the A87 is in there at the 07-08 levels.
Also,
when we now have, they're making some final adjustments on the 0809 plan, and that should increase the A87 revenue somewhat.
Do you think it could be anywhere close to closing the 70,000 gap?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's...
Does anybody
I guess that's as good as news as we're likely to get.
There is nothing happening at the moment. The governor has taken a number of steps trying to convince people they need to work harder, proposing the sales tax, cutting wages to the federal minimum wage. But at the conference call with CSAC on Thursday, there still was no action at the state. The Republicans just offered their spending plan, but they still left it.
Okay, so we're not holding our breaths on the state. We hope to break even on the general ups and downs of our cash situation, and we will wait for the state and then enter our final budget process thereafter. All right, any news from the clerk's office? In that case, this meeting is adjourned. My